Well, good morning everybody and welcome to our Japan Update Conference. So I'm Shiro Armstrong. I run the Australia-Japan Research Centre here at the ANU, and on behalf of my co-conveners, Professor Fujiwara Ikbe and Dr. Lauren Richardson, it's my delight to welcome you all here this morning. Before we get started, we wish to acknowledge and celebrate the first Australians on whose traditional lands we meet and pay our respects to their elders, past and present and emerging. And for our online guests and our Japanese guests, to let you know we're on Ngunnawal country. So it's really nice to be able to hold this event in person again after 2 years being completely online. But we are in a new normal, and we have some speakers getting COVID. We have to adjust to other uncertainties, including flight delays, flight cancellations, and all of that. So we've got some changes to the program, which I'll make clear as we go. But the first casualty off the block of this new normal is the Dean of our college, Helen Sullivan. So before I introduce some of today's program and the issues we'll be discussing, it's my pleasure to welcome you and formally open this year's update and to take on the Dean's duties. So this year's Japan Update is the 10th we've ran. So the first one was 9 years ago, and we have our keynote speaker who was actually here at the first Japan Update. This is one of the colleges, the College of Asia and Pacific's feature annual events that showcases our continued commitment to research, engagement, and teaching and education on Japan. So the update is brought to you by the Japan Institute here at ANU and the Australia-Japan Research Centre. I think we're really lucky at the ANU to have two dynamic centres that focus on Japan and really help us deepen the understanding of Japan and Australia's relationship with Japan. So the AJRC, which I run, is in its 42nd year and has been at the forefront of engagement in Asia. And I want to acknowledge Professor Peter Drysdale, who's here, who set up the centre 42 years ago with Sir John Crawford. The Japan Institute brings together all the teaching and research related to Japan on campus, and under Lauren Richardson's leadership has launched a weekly seminar series and kept a community of Japan scholars engaged throughout the pandemic. The activities of the Japan Institute, in fact all our work on campus on Japan, is projected through that and the AJRC, and I hope you can all stay engaged in the various activities. So our college here, the College of Asia and the Pacific, is home to the largest concentration of Asia expertise in the English-speaking world. That's a national asset and the one we continue to invest in. And I think amongst all of that, the specialists on China, Indonesia, of course the Pacific and elsewhere, Japan has always been at the centre of those efforts and leading the way for many decades. So I'm delighted to see that continuing with some new appointments, which I'll mention later, and a new generation of Japan scholars at the ANU. So on behalf of the Dean and the ANU, I'd like to welcome our guests from Japan. Thank you very much for making the trip to Canberra. We're looking forward to Japan opening its borders too, so we can get to Japan and visit freely. We'd like to showcase our research and convening ability with our updates, but this year in particular, without many of our colleagues being able to travel to Japan, it's important that we have these first-hand insights from Japan. So we're extremely grateful for our guests coming from Japan. And on behalf of the Dean, it's my pleasure to launch this year's issue of the Japan issue of East Asia Forum Quarterly, Japan's Strategic Choices, and some of our speakers today have contributed articles to this. So please grab a copy. There are plenty outside. And for the online audience, hopefully you'll see a link pop up. The East Asia Forum and the Quarterly magazines published by ANU Press, proudly supported by the college. It's one of our leading platforms that makes research accessible. We translate research for a broader audience. And I think East Asia Forum stands out among the many efforts within the university and the university sector as a whole because of the rigorous double-blind peer review process and having a wide international reach. And I can see a few of our anonymous reviewers in the room, so thank you very much as always. So this issue on Japan's strategic choices examines the various crossroads that Japan has arrived at and which paths are best taken, and raises a lot of these questions. That's especially so in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the continuing uncertainty around recovery from COVID. And of course, great power strategic competition and regional uncertainty in Australia and Japan's backyard. So back to wearing my hat. Thank you to the Dean for opening the update, and it was my pleasure on behalf of the Dean to launch the East Asia Forum Quarterly. It's great to have a nice audience in person. I think a silver lining from COVID is that we've got a large online audience now, so this is a new feature of what we're able to do here and stream live to YouTube. So we've built a fairly loyal audience, I think, and we're delighted about this. It's become an important event on the annual calendar for those interested in Japan. I was lucky enough to be in Japan in June and July this year, and really can confirm that Zoom is no substitute for being there in person. Being on the ground, being with people, seeing the sights and smelling the smells. It was even nice to be back in offices and classrooms, even though it was set at 28 degrees and extremely hot. And even hearing from all the taxi drivers about how Japan's not quite ready yet for foreigners and opening borders. Many of us haven't been able to get back to Japan from Australia, and even fewer have lived through the last few years of pandemic in Japan. And for that reason, I'm particularly grateful to our speakers for making the trip out here and travelling to join us today. Having our guests from Japan really enriches our understanding of Japan, the thinking that's going on there in Japan, and that's especially important after the challenges and changes that have occurred in Japan behind the closed borders. And I think Japan has changed, and we'll hear a bit about that today. Some of the social problems have been exacerbated, brought to the surface as well during the crisis. Energy price inflation has shifted public opinion a bit on nuclear power, and Japan has joined Western efforts in sanctioning Russia and assisting Ukraine. I think both of our countries too have become more inward-looking. And for Australia, it's even more important that we understand Japan now. It's because Australia and Japan have never been closer politically or strategically. Of course, there's a big economic relationship. Japan's our second largest investor in Australia, and Australia is by far the largest energy supplier to Japan. But that's also in strategic raw materials, iron ore and beyond. The trade and investment relationship is, of course, much broader than the energy and resource relationship, but that is the pillar. And that relationship continues to grow with Japanese investment in new forms of energy. We are both US allies, of course, dealing with the United States, distracted by big domestic challenges. Australia and Japan both have an increasingly uncertain and assertive China as our largest trading partner. So Australia and Japan share a big regional and global agenda where both governments are working really closely together. In fact, it's usually the private sector that would lead and the government would follow, but that's not the case now. We have both governments leading, and that's not a bad thing, of course. There's some complacency in the relationship, and we need a big national investment here in Australia in how we relate to Japan. I think the rest of the community, business, academia, we really need to lift our game. There's an opportunity as borders open. So it's in that context that we produced this Reimagining the Japan Relationship report last year. Again, we've got copies of this too, plenty of propaganda outside for everyone to pick up. And that was kindly supported by the Australia-Japan Foundation. It gave us the opportunity to consult across the community, and we used the opportunity of closed borders and not being able to travel for some introspection here in Australia. And there was a lot of enthusiasm as we travelled around the country and talked to people. There's an oversupply of great ideas for what to do with Japan and how to deepen and elevate our relationship. There are many recommendations in the report, but more than that, I think we tried to have a new way of thinking about the relationship and a plan for the future of our important bilateral relationship. We really argued for two pillars of engagement around the management of, the first pillar being around the management of the huge regional and global challenges we both face, and the other pillar being the demographic and energy transitions underway in Japan that are literally transforming Japan, and that those trends will accelerate. And to achieve those pillars of engagement, we had an enabling agenda of getting close to Japan and better understanding Japan. That includes building up our institutional links with Japan, investing in not just language, but Japan literacy and familiarity more broadly. And of course, there are important sections in the report on how the arts and sports and other aspects of our relationship can contribute. What came out of the report, we really want to explore a new comprehensive regional security, moving towards such a concept that comes really from Japan's idea of comprehensive security during Prime Minister Ohira's time and his study groups. So there are a number of initiatives that we will be working on and working on with Japanese colleagues and research partners. The discussions around the country showed us a little of the assets that we have in the relationship and the energy of the relationship, recognising that there's so much more. We came away thinking that there's a huge amount of enthusiasm on Japan to take advantage of the closeness, but it's been bottled up and ready to be utilised. And we came to the conclusion that a signal from the federal government will help spark that activity from the community, spark some action and energy from the community. So I mentioned before on the Dean's behalf that we have large Asia expertise in the college. That doesn't happen automatically, not just because we have a College of Asia and the Pacific, and it doesn't happen by accident. It's in this space that the Australia-Japan Research Centre has just recruited Dr. Andrew Levitas, who's here in the room today, to the ANU, a historian of modern Japan. You'll see his piece on former Prime Minister Abe in the East Asia Forum Quarterly. Andrew did his PhD in law at Kyoto University in Japanese, of course, and then went to Harvard and Cambridge before we were able to bring him here. And he adds huge capacity, joining other historians of Japan, Professor Simon Avenel and Tomoko Akami. Of course, though, much more needs to be done. What we need from the university sector is leadership, strategic appointments, and big initiatives. And that's all because we have to not just understand Japan better, but help shape outcomes. We need to get closer to Japan to be part of the energy transition. We need to learn from Japan's management of its massive demographic challenges and how it manages that transition. We need to better understand and influence Japan's place in the world, how it relates to the United States, how it relates to China, Southeast Asia, South Korea, and how Japan plays into multilateral forums, where, of course, Australia is actively playing into with Japan. The assets in our relationship are significant, but I would argue across the community, not up to the task at this stage, given the importance of the relationship. So today's proceedings and what we'll hear today, I think, will really help us understand some of these issues in more depth. Got a session, of course, on the Japanese economy, the social challenges Japan faces now, and the strategic choices for Japan. I mentioned the new normal we're in the post-COVID world of holding in-person events. That means that, unfortunately, a couple of our speakers, Professor Yanagawa and Professor Soya, will be joining us via Zoom. They'll still be able to participate, but only via Zoom. And we also have a last-minute substitute for Bruce Miller, the chair of the Australia-Japan Foundation and on the Australia-Japan Research Centre board. So in substituting for Bruce Miller, I'd very much like to invite my co-convener, Professor Fujiwara Ippei, to introduce our keynote speaker. Please join me in welcoming Ippei.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Ippei Fujiwara, a professor of macroeconomics here at the ANU and the Keio University, chair of this keynote session. We started the very first Japan update 9 years ago with the keynote speech by Governor Shirakawa. So it's a great pleasure for me to introduce Governor Shirakawa again as a keynote speaker in this marked 10th Japan update. And there's no better person than Professor Shirakawa to explain to us how we can think about the big economic trends and the choices at a time with so many uncertainty. Serving as governor from 2008 to 2013, Shirakawa-san helped steer the Japanese economy through the GFC and the Great East Japan earthquake. And the Bank of Japan under his leadership was innovative and was leading. Indeed, the global economic community and other central bankers learned a great deal from Japan's experiences. And I myself had the privilege of working at the Bank of Japan under Shirakawa-san's leadership. I learned really a lot. And nowadays, everyone must agree that the societal aging significantly influenced the macroeconomy in terms of low growth, interest rate, and the inflation rate. However, when Shirakawa-san raised this issue in the early to mid-2000s, no one did discuss this issue in the central banks, and even I didn't get it either. Most of my colleagues and I myself thought changes in population is just changes in denominator. So it is not so much to do with macroeconomic activities. But our understanding at that time was totally wrong. And today, there are tons of papers to show the structural relationship between aging and the low growth. And I myself benefit from this a lot. I published several articles on aging and the deflation and or low interest rate, and which led to my job at the ANU here. So for which I cannot thank Shirakawa-san enough. And I believe the fundamental contribution of scholars is not to show something complicated, but to propose a new concept that nobody thought about before, but that becomes the standard way of thinking after. Shirakawa-san is a person who can offer such a fundamental contribution by creating a new consensus. So we are today very fortunate to have Shirakawa-san here today. And Shirakawa-san is, of course, one of Japan's most sophisticated economic thinkers today. If you find yourself hungry for more of his insight, I suggest you to pick up a copy of his recent book, Tumultuous Times. I practiced this yesterday, so this is really hard word to pronounce. I practiced hearing the Google translation yesterday. Tumultuous times, Tumultuous times. I will be very precise about this. Tumultuous times, central banking in an era of crisis, where Shirakawa-san talks about how Japan's efforts to combat low inflation, low growth, and the low interest rate has challenged the mainstream economic thinking. And Shirakawa-san's many other affiliations are listed in your booklet. He's currently a distinguished guest professor of international politics, economics, and communication at the Aoyama Gakuin University. Okay, but for now, without further ado, let's turn to what he has to say today about the Japanese economy and the priorities and the prospects for reform. Please join me in welcoming Shirakawa-san.
Excuse me, could you help me? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, just, okay. Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Mr. Fujiwara, for your extremely kind introduction. And I'm very glad to return to this place. It's my great honor and pleasure to speak at 2022 Japan's update. Before starting my talk, I want to express my deepest respect for what the Australia-Japan Research Center and the ANU Japan Institute of the Australian National University have accomplished in the research and education on Japanese studies over the years. The title of my today's speech is Misunderstanding Realities and True Challenges of the Japanese Economy and Society. Long ago, Japan was viewed as a country enjoying high growth economy like present-day China. Today, I'm wondering what kind of image you have towards the Japanese economy. I suspect that you have the image that Japanese economy has been in quagmire due to deflation over the decades. Yes, Japanese economy is faced with a lot of difficulties, but I would say it is just like any other countries. As I will explain later, some of the difficulties we are faced with are essentially common to other countries, although Japan had experienced those difficulties far ahead of other countries. Some of the difficulties are relatively unique to Japan. For these and other reasons, misunderstanding about the Japanese economy is so pervasive and deep-seated, as I will explain. Perhaps the expression which best captures such misunderstanding is the lost decade, or the lost 2 decades, or even the lost 3 decades of the Japanese economy. Oh, it's not. Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, Japanese economy, the Japanese GDP growth rate was declining. This figure shows 10-year average of growth rate. It is trending down and now about 1%. But if we look at the growth of, and the path of, if we look at the growth of Japanese economy since the start of 2000 in global context, Japanese GDP growth was the second lowest, along with Italy among G7 countries. But if we look at the path of real GDP per working age population, Japan's growth rate is among the highest, along with Germany. Our growth rate is higher than that of United States. And if we look at the GDP per capita, then Japanese growth rate is just average. So what I can say by looking at these figures is two. One is Japanese economic growth is not so good, but not so bad as is implied by the word of lost decades, or lost 3 decades. The second, the deflation, which is often cited as a culprit of low growth, is nothing to do with low growth. Even if we succeeded in raising inflation rate from 0 to, say, 2%, the underlying realities of demographics, which created a divergence between GDP growth and the GDP per capita or GDP per working age population, is not resolved. Nevertheless, the overly negative views about Japanese growth performance is widespread among both Japanese and non-Japanese. Also, deflation is often cited as culprit for low growth. Such tendency is especially strong among US academics and policymakers. They were quite influential in shaping the image toward Japanese economy in a global context. They maintained deflation was the main cause of low growth of the Japanese economy. You can see this argument in the famous speech by Ben Bernanke, who was then governor and eventually became the chairman of the Fed. This speech was made in 2002 when US was nearing the declining inflation rate. And the title is, the speech of his title is, deflation, making sure it doesn't happen. And he and others were so much concerned about the fact that US will become the country like Japan because of deflation. And essentially, he thought that low inflation rate was the main cause of low growth of Japanese economy. The US academics believe that as long as central bank conduct aggressive monetary easing after the bursting of bubble, the Japanese-like situation could be avoided. This is, again, the famous speech by Alan Blinder, a Princeton professor and former vice chair of the Fed. This speech was made in 2005, just 6 months before Chairman Alan Greenspan was retiring. And people discussed what kind of lesson new chairman have to be equipped with. And he said this, Greenspan was determined not to allow the Fed to follow the Bank of Japan into zero nominal interest rate trap. And he said, this strategy seemed to work pretty well. So he said, as long as central bank is aggressive enough, then central bank can avoid Japanese-like situation. This was just 3 years before the Fed was faced with zero lower bound of interest rate. In any event, as for GDP growth of the Japanese economy, deflation was not its cause. How about policy prescriptions proposed by such critics? Again, this was wrong. In order to assess the effectiveness of proposed policy prescription, the best way is to just look at what happened after the great or grand monetary experiment, so to speak, which Bank of Japan started to conduct in 2013. This shows the expansion of central balance sheet of Bank of Japan, Federal Reserve, and European Central Bank. This is speaking for itself. The size of central bank balance sheet was almost quadrupled. The ratio of central bank's balance sheet to GDP increased from 30% in 2013 to 110% in 2019, and now to 120%. This is really gigantic increase in the central bank balance sheet or central bank money. But response of inflation rate was quite muted. Every 3 months, Bank of Japan is publishing its outlook, growth rate and inflation rate. And inflation projection was always betrayed. For instance, in the spring of 2013, they projected inflation rate in 2015 will be 1.9%. but the actual number was 0%. And again and again, this kind of overestimation continued. And so the presumption was aggressive monetary easing easily generate inflation. And in those days, Bank of Japan was criticized for not doing that. And then great monetary expansion started, but there's no response at all. So proposed policy did not work. And some may say inflation rate is now increasing globally. But this is mainly due to the energy and food price inflation caused by supply-side factors, including COVID-19 and Russian invasion into Ukraine, etc. In Japan, inflation rate is increasing, although it is much lower compared with other advanced economies. In any event, nobody is saying inflation is finally coming to Japan because of aggressive monetary easing. You may wonder why such misunderstanding about Japanese economy was created among the US academics. The reasons are very simple. First, Japan experienced huge bubble ahead of other advanced economies. Second, Japan experienced rapid aging again ahead of other advanced economies. Sadly, human beings are not good at imagining what they have not experienced. So it is understandable that the US academics who had not have first-hand experience of at the timing of early 2000 could not grasp the severity of bursting of bubble as well as rapid aging. It was only after the great global financial crisis that they started to recognize the importance of the severity of the bubble. This misunderstanding was quite harmful for Japan in the sense that policy debate was diverted from the very essential issues of structural issues to peripheral issues of mild deflation. All energy was wasted on discussing how to boost inflation rate. This year was a pity, but the harm was more than that. Misunderstanding affected policy debate in other advanced economies as well. I would say drawing wrong lesson from the Japanese experience is at least partly responsible for the recent global inflation surge. When inflation rate suddenly jumped in April last year, many central banks, including the Fed, initially saw this as being transitory. But inflation has kept rising. And it was only March this year when the Fed started to increase policy rate from 0. Central banks are now being criticized for being behind the curve. Why did it happen? Huge uncertainties over the recovery speed of intricate global supply chain and response of job market to the improvement of COVID-19 situation are often cited as culprit. On top of that, the Russian invasion of Ukraine was beyond anybody's expectation. But just pointing to all these uncertainties misses the important cause of elevated inflation. I suspect that the misguided fear of deflation based on alleged lesson of the Japanese economy is partly responsible for this huge policy mistake. They were too much afraid of deflation and constraint of zero low bound of interest rate. This was the lesson that they believe to have drawn from the Japanese experience. Their argument was that in order to retain the room for decline in interest rate, 2% inflation rate had to be achieved at all costs on a sustained basis, which called for allowing some overshooting of inflation rate just to compensate for the past shortfall of inflation rate. This was called average inflation targeting, or running hot strategy. This was formally incorporated into Fed policy framework in August 2020, and the same concept was incorporated into ECB last year. As this shows, the reading of the Japanese economy in the past 3 decades affected monetary policy conduct, and for that matter, macroeconomic performance in other advanced economies as well. All this, as this episode shows, foreign studies are quite important in learning right lessons and avoiding wrong lessons. Incidentally, I myself are doing modest effort in this respect. After I retired from the governor of the Bank of Japan, I wrote a book whose title is hard to pronounce, Tumultuous Times, Central Banking in a Year of Crisis. And it was motivated by growing frustration over the popular account of the Japanese economy, and more importantly, over concern over the negative consequence of misguided lessons of the Japanese economy on monetary policy conduct globally. So far, I have explained about misunderstanding and realities of Japanese economy, but I do not want to be misunderstood. I'm not arguing that the Japanese economy is in a good shape. My intention is quite the opposite. As is the same with any country, including Australia, Japan too is faced with enormous challenges. For example, climate change, rising influence of China, polarization of society, to name a few. But I would like to defer the argument of these issues to the experts who are attending in this conference. Instead, I would like to focus on just on one issue, which is most visible in Japan compared with other countries. That is demographic change. I've already talked a bit about the impact of rapid aging on the economy a minute ago. But there is another more important aspect of demographic change. That is a declining population due to low birth rate itself. Again, Japan is a forerunner in this challenge, far ahead of other countries. But it is 100% certain that other major economies, including China, will face the same challenge with some time lag. Birth rate in Japan is very low at 1.3, and the ratio of foreign-born people to total population is quite low at less than 2%. Population started to decline from 2009, and the rate of decline is currently mild, but will accelerate. Australia is one of a few advanced economic countries that are recording high population growth, although the inflow of foreign-born people decreased recently after COVID-19. In any event, viewed from Australia, it may be somewhat difficult to vividly imagine how the society losing population is. In order to explain the meaning of declining population as opposed to rapid aging, I'm always using this metaphor. If I liken the Japanese economy to a gigantic rowing boat, rapid aging is a situation in which the number of rowers is decreasing, while the number of older passengers is increasing. Asking healthy older passengers to continue to row will somewhat mitigate the problem. In contrast, a declining population is a situation in which passengers in the boat are becoming sparse. Imagining such a gigantic rowing boat makes me feel really appalled. Even if actual birth rate is below replacement level of 2.1, population will increase for considerable period of time. I have never heard population will increase for a considerable period of time, simply because the number of mothers is large. So people do not recognize the problem. But this situation does not last. Actual number of population starts to decline eventually. At this stage, people face up to the realities of declining population. The point is that unless people have the expectation that population decline will stop at some point in future, they cannot become confident about the future. Weak domestic demand and growing outward foreign direct investment are reflecting this fundamental demography in Japan. Nowadays, people are increasingly talking about sustainability or ESG or SDGs. It is good. But I have never heard declining population is referred to as one of important component of sustainability in the discussion of ESG or SDGs. Unlike rapid aging, declining population is not discussed in a standard macroeconomic theory. They are just looking at fluctuation around the upward trend of GDP. But the issue to be examined is what would happen if trend growth of GDP turns negative. This may be a bit digression, but what economists are currently discussing under the heading of demographic change is mainly rapid aging as opposed to declining population. 2 years ago, Charles Goodwin and others wrote an influential book titled Demographic Reversal. This book is quite good. And he argued the entry of the former socialist economy into the global market economy, which was the main factor enabling price stability, is now being replaced by rapid aging, which means declining labor supply. He concludes this demographic reversal leads to higher inflation. This argument sounds plausible, but neglecting another important aspect. He's looking into only one aspect of demographic change, but neglecting another important aspect of demographic change, that is declining population. As is the case with mild deflation, Japan is a forerunner in this respect, but many countries will follow suit, as I said. Unfortunately, the implication of declining population is not fully thought through. GDP growth rate is a sum of growth of number of workers and labor productivity. As this figure shows, the number of workers is projected to decline in decade to come. We can reasonably expect the decline of workforce by assuming that labor participation rate for gender and elderly is constant, then decline of workforce will accelerate more than 1%. This is a huge headwind. The issue is how to boost productivity growth, and this determines final outcome of GDP growth. If Japan tried to prevent GDP growth rate from declining and possibly to raise GDP growth rate, it is very clear Japan has to make strenuous effort on two fronts. One is the effort at increasing workforce or population itself, and the other is the effort at increasing productivity. This shows the labor participation rate of male and female. As for, we have relatively succeeded increasing labor participation rate for the elderly considerably, for both men and women. This is evident if you compare the number for 2009 and 2019. And the female participation rate in Japan is lower than in Sweden. But believe it or not, it is now higher in Japan than in US. But the problem is female participation rate in Japan is there is fewer female who are working at managers level. In this regard, Japan has to redouble the effort. In this regard, people outside Japan, especially Australians, may naturally have a question of receiving more foreign workers. As you may know, the ratio of foreign workers to total population in Japan is quite low at less than 2%. But the unrecognized fact is that before the COVID-19 crisis, Japan was already receiving increasing number of foreign workers. In fact, according to OECD statistics, Japan was the third largest country in terms of annual gross number of receiving foreign workers in 2016, following Germany and UK, and the fourth largest in terms of net number of receiving foreign workers, following Germany. I think this basic trend will continue once COVID-19 crisis is over. But having said that, I do not think receiving foreign workers could not be a realistic solution for Japanese economy in decades to come, just because the sheer size of decreasing working age population is so huge. In the past 10 years or so, the average number of decline of working age population is about 6 or 7,000, the 600 or 700,000 people. This is a huge number. So if we really try to offset decline in workforce by receiving foreign workers, we have to continue to receive such a number of foreign workers every year. And I don't think any country which is very open and heterogeneous cannot cope with this kind of situation. So in that sense, I'm in favor of receiving more foreign workers, but I don't think it's a solution. Now I'd like to turn to the efforts at boosting productivity. This figure is a comparison of labor productivity growth of Japan, the US, Germany. In the past 2 decades, Japan's productive growth is not much different from that of the US and Germany, but at least not accelerating. When it comes to productivity, people often talk about technology and innovation. Nowadays, IT, AI, robotics, and digital transformation are buzzwords. Of course, they are all important, But when it comes to economy-wide productivity, as opposed to farms-level productivity, what is far more important is resource reallocation. For example, from less efficient farms to more efficient farms. The left-hand side of this figure shows distribution of productivity of individual farms. We find that the gap between farms with low productivity is we find the gap between farms with high productivity and those with low productivity is widening. The stagnation of farms with low productivity is putting downward pressure on Japanese macro labor productivity. Right-hand side of this figure shows the survival rate of low productive farms. It is very clear that survival rate of low productive farm in Japan is higher than in the United States. In essence, the problem with productivity is a lack of economic metabolism or churning. And we have to think deeply of what is behind these phenomena and what is needed to boost productivity. And people are fond of talking about innovation and technology. But just talking about innovation is just like talking about dream. And we have to talk about reallocation of resources more than that. In essence, okay, and there are several important issues on this. First, employment practices. Traditional Japanese employment practice characterized by long-term employment are increasingly waning in its importance, but still account for a significant part of the Japanese economy. In this system, farmers are expected to work as a kind of shock absorber and provider of safety net when the economy is hit by shock. To the extent that farmers are constrained by such implicit social contract, necessary reallocation of resources tend to be delayed. Japan's labor mobility is low in an international comparison. This figure shows there exists a positive relationship between labor mobility and productivity growth. Japan's low labor mobility is partly responsible for failure to boost productivity. Second, declining population itself. Declining population affects not only the quantity of labor, but also the productivity in a subtle mechanism. Declining population affects regions differently. In regions losing population rapidly, it is becoming costly to maintain public infrastructure, but naturally, it is difficult politically to reduce expenditure for those regions, although it is eventually implemented. What we see in the process is gradual decline in productivity due to delayed reallocation of resources across regions. Third, prolonged military easing. Military easing itself affects both efficient and inefficient farms. But for innovative startups, interest cost is not a key factor for them to undertake innovation, while for incumbent inefficient firms, a continuation of low interest rate is very crucial. In the long run, resource allocation, namely movement of people and capital, will be progress in a response to a change in market reflecting underlying trend of the economy and society, such as technology and demography. The problem is that it takes increasingly longer period of time for Japan to get a meaningful consensus. The division of opinion arises for several reasons. First, technology and globalization affect people differently. Second, the impact of rapid aging and declining population differs across regions. Third, inequality is widening, even though Japan's is relatively egalitarian society in an international comparison. Reflecting these, political decisions tend to be delayed. For example, in order to increase birth rate, government has to increase expenditure on newly born babies. But in a gray-haired democracy, expenditure on the elderly, such as pension and medical and caring services, are preferred. So boosting productive growth is not necessarily about technology. It is ultimately determined by societal capability to forge a reasonable consensus leading to sustainable economy and society. This is really a daunting task, and every country is faced with more or less the same challenges. Having said that, I'm not simple-mindedly arguing that Japan should embrace the principle of free market economy only on efficiency grounds. That's not my intention. Stability is, of course, an important consideration. What is needed is to form a reasonable societal consensus by striking the balance between efficiency and stability. In this regard, it seems that every jurisdiction is now faced with enormous challenge. For example, in the United States, we are surprised by sharp division between Democrats and Republicans. In the EU, division between North and South is so strong. The problem is universal. I'm afraid that my presentation makes you a bit pessimistic, but I'd like to close my speech with a positive tone. When I make a public speech on the future of Japanese economy like this one, I always conclude my speech by saying pessimism is a mood and optimism is the will, by borrowing words of famous French philosopher. In this spirit, what is needed is informed discussion and researches supporting those discussions. And in this respect, I hope Japan Update will continue to play this role. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Shirakawa-san, for insightful presentation. So I'm already above 50, but I learned I need to row the boat much harder. Yeah. Okay, so it's a great chance for you to ask the Shirakawa-san the question directly. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. And somebody there? Okay, I'm using one microphone, so yeah. Oh, could you go there? And could you tell your name and affiliation before starting your question?
David Lowe, formerly at the Australian Embassy in Tokyo as the Treasury representative and currently on leave. Thank you, Shirakawa-san, for an extremely interesting...
If you don't mind, could you wear off the mask and your voice is a bit sounding, resounding, yeah.
Okay, is that better?
Okay, okay.
So I'm David Lowe, formerly at the Australian Embassy in Tokyo, the Treasury representative there and currently on leave. Thank you, Shirakawa-san, for your incredibly insightful presentation. In your presentation, you were sort of pointing to, I guess, the failure of ultra-easy monetary policy to solve deflation in Japan.
Yeah.
Next year, the Bank of Japan will have a new governor, and it may be an opportunity for the bank to revise its monetary policy. I wonder if you would like to express a view about how the bank, whether the bank should sort of adjust or slightly normalise its monetary policy, given that those settings haven't worked towards deflation. And if so, will that be possible without increasing interest rates in Japan to the extent that it might bring on a debt crisis? You didn't touch on the very high levels of Japanese government debt in your charts, but of course that's a huge issue in the background, and I think it's something that people are very worried about looking in at Japan at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. You raised profoundly important question, and it's almost impossible for me to respond to a question in a minute or so. But the reason why I chose this topic for today's presentation is I think what is needed is to do a kind of structural reform. And monetary policy is just one aspect of what is needed. And people often talk about how to exit from current monetary easing. And of course, this question itself is relevant, but essentially, technically, exit is not that difficult, just to raise the interest on reserve. But the problem is what would happen given for instance, the very bad fiscal situation. So without addressing this kind of issue, the process would be bumpy. And that's why I stress the importance of doing this kind of structural reform I explained. And I am afraid that my answer is not fully convincing, not comprehensive enough, but that's my initial response. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any question? Anyone? Okay, I have a question in the chat. So your figure about the fertility rate decline is really impressive. So one participant asking you about what are the deep causes of the declining population? Maybe particularly this person is asking, is it due to the changes of the value? So what's the fundamental causes of the declining, population? Yeah.
First of all, declining birth rate itself is universal phenomenon among advanced economies. And I assume that many of you know the common factors. First of all, if I borrow the word from economists, it is due to increasing opportunity cost of raising a kid. That is one part of the story. But other than that, my sense is Japanese society is not friendly enough for young couples who want to have babies. In this respect, I feel sorry for my wife when my first daughter was born. In those days, I was not cooperative. I was working hard from 9 to 11 or 12. I was spending so much time in the office, and that was taking it for granted. But raising kids, joint work by both parents. But still, Japanese society is trying to improve this kind of bad practice. It is surely improving, but still not friendly enough. That is one example. So my response to the question is the society is not generous or friendly enough. And in this regard, we have many things to be tested. And some cynical people are saying that it is impossible for us to raise birth rate. And there's, of course, I admit, there's no silver bullet. But at least we have explained what we think might be useful. at least given that we experimented with military policy, at least it is more worthwhile for us to experiment with possible measure of raising birth rate. That's my response. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So that you may have several questions, but we are about the time to go to the tea break. And thank you so much for the active participation. And Shirakawa-san kindly agreed to participate in the next panel as well. So if you have any question, you can ask him at the panel, or if you are shy, you can ask him over the tea or something. Okay? Please join me thanking Shirakawa-san for insightful presentation. Thank you so much. And we're going to start the next session from 10:30. So please enjoy coffee or something else. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. It's fantastic to be here this morning, to see everybody in person and online. And of course, we're joined today from Japan by a speaker who's going to follow on from the fascinating talk, I thought, from Governor Shirakawa, Professor Yanagawa from the University of Tokyo. And I invite him now. He's going to give an address, and then we're going to have a discussion between the three of us. And but after that, I will be opening also to questions from the audience. So during the time, just raise your hand so I have an idea that people who want to participate. So if I could invite Professor Yanagawa now, thank you very much, and we'd appreciate your address. Thank you.
Can't quite hear you yet. We can't see him either.
That's all right.
Just like every other Zoom call.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Professor Yanagawa, can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Is it okay? No. I'm just talking. Is it okay?
Oh, yes.
Can you hear me? Yes.
This is very delayed. Of course, the wonders of technology demonstrate once again why there's nothing like doing things in person sometimes. While we wait for a few little technical difficulties to be ironed out, I'll start by following on from the terrific talk by the Governor earlier. And you talked, Governor, about learning the wrong lessons. Much of the world also learning the wrong lessons from what Japan has done, because it was the kind of the first into so many things. Can I ask you, is it appropriate now to still be trying for a 2% target or an inflation rate of 2%, or is that really just no longer relevant?
Okay. Your question is about Japan or global context?
In Japan, first of all, Japan first, and then we'll go to the global context.
Okay. My answer is not so simple, a bit complicated, but let me try. First of all, we need independent central bank. Otherwise, economy tend to follow short-run benefit, and that's why central bank independence is needed. But at the same time, in a democratic society, central bank have to be accountable. So we have to explain how and why the central bank is pursuing particular course of monetary policy. And in that context, we need some concept about what constitutes price stability. And in that context, some number is needed. And 2% is adopted by many central banks, including Bank of Japan. And I'm not against 2% itself, but also I'm not a big fan of particular number, including 2%, for several reasons. One is, if we look back on the economy in the past 2 or 3 decades, many of the problems did not manifest itself by taking the form of inflation. In many cases, it was bubble that created the considerable fluctuation of economic activity. Back in a bubble period in 1980s, the average inflation rate was below 1%. But still, viewed from today, the very accommodative monetary policy at that time was criticized. But if we had adopted 2% inflation targeting at that time, then we should have adopted further more aggressive monetary easing. And that was nonsense. So even though price stability is important, 2% doesn't capture what is needed. And also, we cannot become confident about precision of number of measured inflation rate. And so all in all, 2% should be interpreted as a broad objective of monetary policy. So if your question is about whether central bank should conduct monetary policy just with the aim of attaining 2% within short time frame, my answer is no. So my answer is 2% is okay, but we have to interpret it as a broad mandate. That's my reaction.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've talked obviously about the world taking the wrong lessons, but also in some ways I think Japan initially applying the wrong formulas. What would have happened if Japan had not pursued this very aggressive monetary policy? Would we be looking at a better economy now or a worse economy?
I joined the Bank of Japan in 1972, and I was working for monetary policy department for many years. And since 2000, I was heavily involved in almost every decision on monetary policy. So I'm a part of monetary easing story. And I don't think that monetary easing itself was wrong. And of course, monetary easing should be pursued in each period. But the presumption of monetary policy is to adjust short-run fluctuation. And we don't think that monetary policy should be a tool for the cure for the problem of wrong nature. So if monetary easing is adjusted quickly, then it's okay. But given social and political dynamics, monetary easing tend to be prolonged. That is a problem. And this is a difficult part. And even though society does have such kind of tendency of asking central bank to do more and more monetary easing for prolonged period of time. Central bank cannot say, no, we can't do any monetary easing just for that on that run. So that is the accountability issue. And central bank is independent, but central bank is not a country with, is not a kingdom with a country. So that is my reaction toward your question.
Well, you said also that really when you talk about yield curve control policy and getting out of really easy monetary policy, it's not that technically difficult, but it's obviously very politically difficult.
Yeah.
Do you foresee that happening, or are we looking in Japan at this just continuing indefinitely because it is so difficult?
Yield control was introduced some years after I left the Bank of Japan. And as a former governor, I am a bit reluctant to criticize what my old institutions are now doing. But I'm not a big fan of yield curve control for several reasons. And anyway, somebody have set interest rate level. That's why central bank is set short-term interest rate. But if central bank is faced with zero interest rate, anyway, central bank have to change interest on with some maturities, and this is the only instrument through which central bank can exert the effect of monetary easing. So in that sense, I do not deny the importance of innovative instrument, but yield curve control is act about cap the interest rate on 10-year government bond yield. But there's a huge uncertainties over the economy in decade to come, and it's almost impossible for central bank or any economic entity to know what is a level, what is a prevailing level within during 10 years time. So I'm not a big fan of this. And also, as you said, the longer this yield curve control continues, the more difficult it is to change for political reasons.
Mm. And also I was fascinated when you said, and I think I plead guilty to this, the perception of the Japanese economy having had, lost decades, and then you pointed out that per capita or per worker, they were average or above in terms of per worker. Do you think that led to a kind of complacency and over-complacency within Japan,
No.
despite the perception inside?
No.
Outside?
First of all, I'm not arguing for. I'm arguing we should be satisfied, and but at the same time, the Japanese tend to judge the performance of Japanese economy based on how foreigners are viewing Japanese economy. So, given that foreign academics are saying Japanese economy is suffering from lost decade, many Japanese tend to think that we are suffering from lost decade, and that is what I want to avoid. So we should just look at the reality. So reality is both. So GDP growth itself is declining. At the same time, on a per capita basis, it is not so bad, and we have to look at what is a fundamental problem. That is my intention. So I don't think many Japanese having some kind of complacency. No, okay. It's the opposite.
All right. So what is going to also, I think, bring it home to other people, as to Japanese, as it is in every country around the world, is inflation, and particularly you've got the rapid decline or the very big decline in the value of the yen. What type of impact will that have?
Up until some years ago, many firms are arguing that the overly strong yen is a fundamental reason why they are losing competitiveness. So they said if the overly expensive yen is resolved, then we might regain the competitiveness. But today, yen depreciates sharply, but the competitiveness of Japanese firm is not returned. So as I said in my presentation, the basic problem is not deflation of yen's exchange rate, rather the productivity. And today, the yen's depreciation is affecting inflation rate slightly, but more importantly, it is decreasing the purchasing power of money. So for average the households and for average SMEs, yen depreciation means erosion of real income or squeeze of profit. So I'm not saying yen's appreciation is good. What I'm saying is we have to look at what would be the Japanese economy viewed from sustainability. And I don't think the continuation of this kind of yen's depreciation is not sustainable viewed from overall economy.
Okay. Well, I think that's probably a good point. I'm told we have Professor Yanagawa on the line.
Oh, yeah.
If that is correct, we could possibly ask him now to please address us. I hope this is working, Professor.
Yes. Can
Great.
you hear me? Is that okay? Great. Thank you. Thank you. I'm feeling, first of all, I'm feeling so sorry that I cannot attend this wonderful conference in person. But it's my great honor to attend this wonderful panel discussion with great Governor Shirakawa-san. And I'm afraid that I just interrupted the great discussion about monetary policy, but it's my work, so I'm going to address small my presentation. And I'll share my slide first. Can you see my slide? Okay, that's fine. And
Could I ask you just to speak a little bit louder, Professor?
One is okay?
Just a little bit louder, if possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm going to talk about the two big issues. One is the market mechanism in Japan, and the second one is the potential growth rate in Japan. That is related to the presentation by Shirakawa-san. And this is a basic point, but the signaling effect of prices is very important for the market mechanism. And price reflects demand and supply side conditions, but also tells some information about the future possibility of the products or the industry. So in order to inform this kind of information by prices should reflect the market situation appropriately. This is a basic economic theory. But in Japan, this price effect, the signaling effect of prices, does not work appropriately. So in Japan, prices do not move so sensitively. In some sense, they are stable. So in the word of Shirakawa-san, it's a shock-absorbing movement for the prices. So even though the market conditions are drastically changing, just like in these days, wages do not change, and interest rates do not change, and oil prices do not change. Actually, the retail oil prices do not change, and the other retail prices do not change. So this is very friendly for the consumers, but the market mechanism doesn't work well. The information signaling effect of prices do not work well. I think this is very some kind of negative aspect of Japanese economy. There are some reasons. One is Japanese culture or Japanese custom do not change the prices, do not change the retail prices. But some of the Japanese legal rules or regulations pretend to change the prices. And some of the policies pretend to change the prices. For example, oil prices. The retail oil prices is now controlled by Japanese government in order to avoid the drastic shock for the consumers. This is good for consumers, of course. But then so it sometimes functions to stabilize the economy against the temporal shocks. But it prevents to adjust to the structural change of the market or structural change of the economy. So now the example is under the COVID-19. So in Japan, we fortunately we experience a low unemployment rate and a stable wage rate. Wage rate did not go down. And the restaurants should be closed by regulation, but those restaurants are subsidized by the government. So that is okay for those restaurants. But entry and exit mechanism did not work for the restaurants and other industries, hotels and something. And by these kind of policies or the customs, GDP in Japan did not drop down sharply compared to other OECD countries by the COVID-19. But the recovering process is very slow. And market prices are also going up. So that is one aspect, one important aspect in Japan. This is related to the deflation, but not, this is quite different aspect about the movement of prices. So one negative aspect of the shock absorbing economy is thus do not stimulate the incentives for the farmers or workers. In order to stimulate the incentives and motivations, appropriate price changes are necessary. This is a basic theory of economics. To revitalize the Japanese economy, I think it is necessary to exit from the mind and the policy stance to just sustain the status quo and just avoid the drastic change and the shocks absorbing and the kindness to the consumers. I believe this aspect is important to stimulate the Japanese economy and stimulate the incentives of investments or more active behavior in Japanese economy. And this point is also related to the fiscal and monetary policy. Just that the Keynesian type of fiscal policy and monetary policy have similar aspects. Temporary aggregate demand stimulate can avoid the short-term pain, can absorb the short-term shocks. But sometimes they do not stimulate structural change. Low interest rate and a big subsidy, those type of policies can avoid the structural change of the market or the people. This has a negative side for the stimulating the structural change, as Shirakawa-san stressed. So in order to avoid the short-term drastic shock, so temporal fiscal or monetary policies are necessary. I agree with this point. But keeping this big fiscal policy and the monetary policy, that may prevent structural reform in some sense. And second issues. I believe the most important issues in Japan is how to raise up the potential growth rate. It has declining trend in the long run. Of course, there are many reasons. And the one big reason are aging society. as Shirakawa-san stressed, and the population decline. These two issues, at this point, these 2 points are big problem for Japan. And labor productivity, as Shirakawa-san stressed, Shirakawa-san explained, labor productivity growth is not so bad for Japan. But given the progress of aging society, given the population decline, we need more high level of labor productivity growth. So for the policy side, the important point is how to raise the labor productivity. And moreover, so even if the total population is declining, working population can be increased. For example, labor participation by women. So how to increase the working population? How to increase the labor productivity? These 2 points are main issues, main problem for the Japanese policy. And those are negative, pessimistic aspects. But I think that in Japan, we have the potentials. So potential possibility of the growth is also important to stress. So Japan, the geographic point is close to Asian country with high growth rate. Of course, the relationship with China is a big issue, a very controversial issues. But not only China, East Asian countries experiences with high growth rates. So close to these countries is a main big positive aspect for Japanese economy. So how to cooperate with those growing countries are one important aspect for Japan, including Australia. And the technological capacity of Japanese companies are still very high and big. So potential for those companies are very big. So I think how to stimulate this potential is very important. And moreover, the labor participation in Japan is potential, very high potential. So as Shirakawa-san pointed out, the labor participation by women is growing up, but they just enter as a part-time job or part-time workers. In order to increase the more productivity or more population, labor populations, so all those female workers should work more intensively, or just not only the part-time job, but also the normal working is necessary. And they are hoping to work more intensively, Japanese female workers in general. So change the policy to stimulate the labor participation of the female workers are very important. And we have a potential to increase the labor participation. And the last point is that now the startup companies, innovative startup companies are being created in Japan. So many startups coming out. And as I will explain later, the Japanese government tried to push up those movements. So this is very important and very good potential for Japanese economy. And in order to stimulate labor productivity, it is necessary to promote human capital investments. So the policy to stimulate the GDP or stimulate the economic growth rate, some kind of investment to high-tech products IT, IoT, or AI, those kind of industry, those kind of investment are promoted by Japanese government. Of course, those are important, but not only those investment to the tangible asset, but also intangible asset, particularly the human capital, is very crucial for Japan, because in these 20 or 15 years, the investment to the human capital by the Japanese companies are declining drastically. So that is, I think this is one reason that Japanese labor productivity is not so growing up very much. So the human capital, now I'll explain later that Japanese government tried to stress the investment in the human. So in Japan, 人への投資. That is a key point, the key policy agenda to increase the human capital investment. And but also that just that the policy for the subsidy is important, but also it is necessary to tackle labor market reform and education issues. So, and moreover, as Shirakawa-san stressed, in order to resolve the issue of the rapidly aging population, it is necessary to strengthen measures to address the declining birth rate, including support for child rearing. That's a key point. I agree with Shirakawa-san. And Japanese government recently announced a new form of capitalism. There's many people criticize what is the new aspect of the new form of capitalism. I don't explain the detail about what is the new element, but I think that's not so new, and it is necessary to new. So the important policy we would like to realize is to increase the labor productivity and increase the potential growth rate. So the policy announcement is making the positive cycle of growth and distribution and developing a new post-COVID-19 society. That is policy announcement agenda. But a key point is that, as I stressed in this presentation, importance of the sustainability and the human capital. And building the sustainable capitalism, focusing on various stakeholders and leading happiness of a wide range of people, those kind of sustainability is important aspect for the new capitalism. But a key point is, once again, the human capital. So, and market mechanism, as I stressed first, that is also an important aspect we should stress. So realize economic growth by utilizing the market functions. So that's, I would like to stress. So market functions mean the market mechanism, using the price mechanism to announce the economic conditions by the market prices, and the deregulation and the structural reform of the Japanese market. And for the side of human capital, the recent policy stressed the visualizing human capital or intangible asset. So that is now coming that policies that's visualizing the human capital and intangible asset. So the disclosure rules are changing, and the Japanese firms try to disclose the level of human capital nowadays. And I almost time so that I don't explain the detail about the other policies of the new form of capitalism. But DX, digital transformation, this is a buzzword in Japan. And GX, this is also a buzzword in Japan. And GX means that the green transformation, investment to the sustainable energy and green technology, and to support those kind of industry and stimulate the economy. And DX and GX are major government investment in these 3 or 5 years in Japan. And the startups, that is the delivery of innovation. And I believe in that the startups are important. You know, the Japanese traditional farms, companies, are of course very intelligent and very productive in some sense. But the ROE or ROA of those companies is very low. In order to raise up the ROE or ROA, so startups, venture companies are necessary, more necessary in Japan. So kind of supports or the government support subsidies are necessary, but the deregulation to open up the new field or new market to startups or venture companies are necessary in Japan. So the summary is how to raise up the potential growth rate. So in these days, Japanese government try to stress to focus on these points: investment in human capital, and a measure to combat the decline of birth rate, and promoting women's participation in the workforce, and the DX investment, GX investment, startup support. And I have no time to explain the detail about the social security program, but the reform of social security is also important for the Japanese economy in the future. So that's all, and I hope to discuss more detail about this point with Shirakawa-san and other people. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Professor. Another terrific talk. While we're just on that, you've outlined what you see as the some of the important aspects of structural reform in the Japanese economy, but you've also said that you need to change the mindset of the status quo and no dramatic change. So how we saw Abenomics had the idea of structural reform that seemed to not go as well as people had hoped. What makes you think that the new form of capitalism, however that is described or what that means, is going to do any better at actually promoting the type of change that you are hoping for?
Yes, it's structural reform, and in Abenomics that the government to stress the deregulation. But even if the change of the rules, not only the change of rules does not change the economy. By changing the rule and simultaneously enter the new companies to the new market is necessary. So promoting the startups and promoting the venture capital or venture companies and promoting the human capital who has a new type of knowledge or new technology. So those kind of support is necessary. And in order to realize those points, the labor market reform is necessary. So this is very tough work, but I hope the Japanese government try to tackle the labor market reform.
And Governor, how confident are you that the government will be able to institute those types of changes that you've been talking about and Professor Yanagawa has been talking about?
Okay, first of all, I agree with what Professor Yanaga said, and basically, understand his view is the same as mine. And I have this kind of trouble always. I can identify what is needed, but everybody has its own preferred policy prescriptions. And in a democratic society, anyway, we need some sort of consensus. Otherwise, government cannot implement. And so, just to say government should this and this is not does not capture what we need. And as a prerequisite for government to deliver on what they should do, the real issue is how to inform how to form the informed the consensus, and that is the hardest part. And in this regard, in the short run, I am not so optimistic. But in the long run, as I said, the closing of my remarks, the policy is eventually reflecting what society want to have. So if we really discuss what are the problem and what are the possible solutions, then eventually I would be optimistic. That's my nuanced answer to your question. Yeah.
Okay. So Governor Shirakawa talked a lot about consensus, but also, of course, the demographics of Japanese society. And in that context, reaching consensus about how to do the reallocation of resources to probably try and benefit younger generations, a kind of greater birth rate, etc., that becomes harder, doesn't it, Professor?
Which professor?
I'll call you Governor.
Okay.
And Professor.
I don't myself as a professor, but anyway, it seems you identify me as a person. Eventually, as I said, okay. First of all, I don't know the English connotation of consensus. The consensus is, of course, not unanimous, but by consensus I mean reasonable majority who support this and this policy, and ordinary citizens have a different feeling. On the one hand, they are always complaining about the decrease in their pension. But at the same time, the elderly people are caring about what will happen to their children or grandchildren. In that sense, they are having long-run perspective. So if someone comes to explain what is the end result of the status quo, then those people who are against the quote-unquote reform might support those measures. So there's no silver bullet, and if society we do this kind of effort collectively, then eventually the preferred the consensus might be forced. Eventually, the preferred policy might be pursued, and that is my expectation.
So I'll try this. Yanagawa-san, is that? I don't want to offend the Japanese by attempting this. Is that, if I can address you like that, are you optimistic as well that change will happen and is happening?
Yes, in some sense, optimistic. That as Shirakawa-san stressed, the implementation is a very big problem for Japanese policies. Most of necessary policies are recognized by many of the key persons, but it is difficult to realize that policies. That is a big problem for Japan, and taking time to implement the policies. But gradually, it's taking the time, but the policies are changing. So support for the young families, support for the children, now gradually improving. It's taking time. But comparing to the 10 years ago, the situation is much better than 10 years ago. So in that sense, I'm pessimistic. But it's taking too time. That is very negative side. So we should speed up the change of the policy. But the people's mind and the consensus, as Shirakawa stressed, Shirakawa's definitions, consensus are changing, and the policies are gradually changing. So in that sense, I'm pessimistic.
Also, I think Japan is certainly not alone in this, in terms of the impact of COVID making all countries become a little bit more inward-looking. But of course, Japan, in contrast to most of the developed countries like Australia, the US, and much of Europe, has been very anti-immigration. Although I understand, I appreciate your point that that's been changing. Now, Shirakawa-san said that that's even at 600,000 to 700,000, I think you said immigration would be needed, and that was just not sustainable. Do you think that the attitude to immigration is also going to change, and that can have any ability to change those demographics in Japan, or is that just not realistic?
First of all, it depends upon how Japan come back to pre-COVID the era, and for the time being, the number of inflow of foreign workers is reduced to a very small number. But after COVID-19 is over, my guess is the inflow of foreign workers will be surely increasing. But the problem is how to raise the per capita income. And the type of foreign workers whom Japan is now receiving is basically low-skilled workers. So there's a competition between of low-skilled workers between Japanese and non-Japanese. And but as long as this trend continues, it doesn't mean that increase in per capita income. Right. And the situation is worsened because of decline in population, which means that, yeah. So my answer is it does change the situation of Japanese economy to some extent, but it doesn't solve the fundamental problem facing Japanese citizens. I'm not the patriot. I'm not holding a parochial view, meaning the exclusion of foreign workers. We have to, and that is a reality. So by necessity, we have to receive more foreign workers. But just receiving more foreign workers is not a fundamental solution to the problem which Japanese economy is now faced with.
Yanagawa-san?
Yes.
Do you agree with that in terms of immigration not being a long-term solution, really?
The impact of the COVID-19 is very temporal one. I think that the Japanese economy might change the situation of COVID-19. The Japanese economy inviting the many foreign workers, and we'd like to invite high-skilled workers as well. But in order to impact the GDP macro level, so we have to introduce so many workers, so many immigrants. And I'm thinking that's not so realistic for Japanese society can be accommodate can accommodate those huge number of the foreign different cultures workers. And one I'm expecting possibility is the online workers by using this kind of Zoom or online. So online cross-border workers, of course, that's the contribution of those workers are limited. But by inviting those kind of temporary, at least the temporary stay in Japan, and most of the working time is staying in Australia and other countries. Those kind of workers can be contributed to the Japanese economy very much, and not so stressful for the Japanese society. And just introducing so many online cross-border workers, one possibility I'm hoping.
One of the things that I went to Japan, obviously a few years ago now, but what was really struck me was the incredible technological sophistication of Japan's most productive companies, and yet I'd go to other companies and they would still be using paper work in a way that just amazed me, that it was so not digitized. Again, is that changing? How is it changing quickly enough? Do you need more government policies to encourage that, or is that part of a mindset? And do you see, Shirakawa-san, that gap between low productivity and high productivity firms increasing?
Japanese society is heading for the good direction in terms of embracement of IT technology. But having said that, the speed is very slow. And this is not because the government is doing a kind of sabotage, rather because Japanese society is so kind to all kind of people. Case in point, I'm always referring to my experience when I returned from Singapore to Japan, Tokyo, some months ago. And the Japanese government, from today, the rule had changed, but until yesterday, the rule was that the Japanese, the people coming to Japan have to take PCR testing within 72 hours of arrival. And the information should be incorporated, installed into my iPhone app. And so I thought that everything is done digitally, like what Singapore was doing when I arrived at Singapore airport. In Tokyo, when I tried to go through immigration, of course, I presented my iPhone. But before that, many staff at the immigration office are there, and they are explaining, now you have to present your smartphone. Now you have to go, next step is this and this. And they are explaining. And I guess that those staff try to be kind to the old people who are not so good at using that kind of the item. And this is just a small example. So even though technically we have digitalization, but at the same time, the Japanese society always asks to take care of those people who cannot embrace those fruit of technology. And in the process, we need dual process, which means declining productivity. So that is not about regulation. That's about how government read possible reaction from the many walks of life. And that is a subtle part, yeah.
Yes. So Yanagawa-san, I think also you talked about the growth of innovative, smaller companies in Japan. Again, how do they manage to escape from that type of mindset that the governor was talking about?
So the mindset is changing. That one example is undergraduate student of the Tokyo universities, for example, 10 years ago or 15 years ago, most of the students start to work at big companies, big traditional companies or bureaucrats. But nowadays, most of the undergraduate students try to make startup companies or just go into the venture companies and making their technologies to realize. So the behavior of the Japanese young people are drastically changing. So the mindset will change in the near future, I think. So in that sense, that I would like to stress that the Japanese government and the Japanese big companies are facing very inefficient, so labor-intensive paperworks. So even by doing that kind of inefficient works, so those companies can realize some kind of profits and some kind of low but positive profit. So I think this is a potential. So by changing the situation, by digitalization, if they can, they don't have to such kind of inefficient paperworks. They have a chance to make a more productive works, and the more they raise their productivities. So that the necessary policy is to stimulate that kind of movement. And so by the change of jobs, by change of the work, so they can more productive works and more they can show the more productivity. So that is necessary to support by the Japanese government.
Now, I'm aware that I said I'd leave room for questions. So if anybody wants to ask a question, please just raise your hand and we'll send a mic. There is a person up the back there. While we get that mic to them, I will just start another question, which is the impact of the economic security laws. Obviously, many companies are doing this, many countries rather. How big of a problem is that in terms of stifling innovation, or is that just one of the things that we have to live with, Governor?
I'm not expert on economic security issues, but for obvious reason, I can understand the intention, the motivation behind introducing this kind of measure. But viewed from purely economic viewpoint, it has a lot of adversarial effects, and that is only what I can say now.
All right, we'll just get the question from the audience.
Yeah, thank you for.
Could you please take your mask off?
Oh. Yeah, thank you for this kind chance to asking the question. My name is Gali. I'm study Master of Asian Pacific Studies. Thank you for your detailed presentation, Kirasawa-san and also Yanagawa-san. I want to ask two things. First, about immigrants. Is there any detailed policy from Japan's government regarding the how Japan accept the immigrant workers? Because even though the data says that in 2016 that Japan has the top 5 accepting the immigrants work, how do they regulate? Because I think the Yanagawa-san also or Kirasawa-san mentioned that there is a conflict of low-skilled workers between Japanese and also immigrants. And the second one is about the appliance of IT within the company of Japan, because my wife has experience to working in the company of manufacturing in Japan, and until COVID happened, she said that everything is still going in traditional way. Even during COVID, there's a lot of lockdowns, but the production must continue. But the manager and also the management cannot accept the appliance of remote working or something like shifting their production methods or something like that. So how do the government try to implement this way of embracing the new technology? Thank you.
Could you answer that question, Yanagawa-san?
Yes, thank you very much. First question is that
Immigration.
yeah, Japanese government tried to introduce some kind of skilled workers from foreign countries, but definition of immigration is very difficult, particularly for Japan. So that we sometimes do not use formally the immigration. But anyway, that we try to promote, the Japanese government tried to promote foreign workers, particularly that skilled foreign workers to contribute to the Japanese economy. And Japanese economy must provide very good circumstances for those productive workers. So that's Japanese, very apparent Japanese policy, so that you can view some of the change of the policies in the near future, I think. And the second answer to the second question is that yes, now still that Japanese big companies are very keep traditional style, traditional inefficient style. So it is difficult for government directly to force the change to those private companies. So that the way the government can do is two things. One is promoting the new companies, startups. Those startups will use the more efficient technologies, ITs directly, in order to survive in the market. And the second way is the promoting the change of the government rules. For example, that hanko, the paperwork. So most of the paperwork is necessary by the government rules to submit some government document to the bureaucrats or to the governments. So by changing the government rules for using the papers, so that could change the behavior of the companies. That is very urgent and necessary policy. So now promoting that kind of policies.
Peter Drysdale had a question.
Thanks. Peter Drysdale, yeah, new here. Thanks very much, Shirakawa-san and Yanagawa-san, for very interesting presentations indeed. Just on the migration and demographic things, I think it's useful to get this in a bit of perspective here. If Japan had the equivalent migration program to Australia, adjusting for population size, you'd have a migration intake of about 1 million a year, which would solve Shirakawa's problem. So I'm firmly of the view that not only can Japan have a higher level of migration, but it should have a higher level of migration. But that won't solve all the problems we're talking about here. So let's start from the viewpoint that that's not going to solve the problems anytime soon. So what are the problems? And I think there's a strong consensus between Shirakawa-san and Yanagawa-san that productivity is everything, really. Productivity is where we have to begin. And what's the issue here? The data that Shirakawa-san threw up were very interesting in this respect, and what they revealed was that lower productivity firms tend to persist longer in Japan than in other countries that have a higher productivity performance. We're becoming worried about exactly the same thing in Australia, frankly. Lower productivity firms persist much longer in Australia than they should. We have some kind of competition problem for some reason or other, and we need to do reforms to address that. So in Japan, what is the issue here? I think the other data that you threw up was very interesting, and it relates to your observation that we don't want to move in Japan to an American-style free market economy, because that brings all sorts of terrible social divisions and strife. And we don't here in Australia want to move to such a society either. So what kind of society do you want? And when you look at your other data there, what that revealed was that labour mobility and productivity highly associated with strong performances, not only in the United States, but also in Scandinavia, which have very different social welfare systems and protection systems. So my question to both of you is really, what are your priorities, both for reforms on the firm side or on the competition side and on the social welfare system side that would change the Japanese system to emphasize, as Yanagawa said, market mechanisms over social protection at the expense of market mechanisms and higher productivity performance?
Okay, thank you for your question. And it's a deep question. And frankly speaking, I do not have a clear-cut answer, but I have some comments. I stress the importance of productivity, but I emphasize two things. One is productivity. The other is our effort at the increasing workforce or the population. And because we cannot, these two things are not completely different things. And as I said, both are interrelated through very subtle mechanisms. So we need both effort. That is one thing I should say. And how to strike the balance between efficiency and stability is quite a difficult choice. And there is no uniformly true answer. And every society has its own value judgment. And also, value judgment itself changes in response to change in economic conditions. And based on my personal philosophy, given the reality of demographics, our society should be put more emphasis on efficiency compared with previous time. That is my philosophy. But I fully admit that each person has a different philosophy. So I do not want economists is intrusive in value judgment. Ultimately, that should be decided by political process. But just to say voting is everything is not right. And informed judgment is needed. So that's why I always stress the importance of discussion and supporting research. But if I'm asked my personal philosophy, given the reality, we should place more emphasis on efficiency. Otherwise, our society is not sustainable.
Yanagawa-san?
Yes, thank you very much for very important questions. And I cannot answer totally, but fully. But I pointed out two important things I'm thinking about productivity. And the market mechanism, deregulation for the entry and exit is important. And at first, for example, 10 years ago, I believed that deregulation and the exit from the market by the low productive firms are important to raise up the growth rate. But I understood that is not the full package of the policy I would like to stress. So the entry is necessary. Just for promoting the exit is inefficient, at least for Japanese economy, to promote the productivity or to promote the growth rate. Introducing the new companies, promoting the new business, and promoting the new young workers coming into the new market, that is necessary to promote the new field and promote the growth rate. So that entry and exit. So just not only the exit, just introducing the entry is necessary to promote the market mechanism, the behavior, the competition of the firms. So that is the one reason that I stressed the startup, the importance of startups. The second point is labor mobility and growth rate. Yes, that is correlation between the labor mobility and the startups, economic growth rate. So once again, 10 years ago, I believing that promoting the labor mobility, just the deregulation of the labor protection is necessary to promote the labor mobility and the economic growth rate. But once again, I recognize that is insufficient. In order to promote the labor mobility, some kind of reskilling or recurrent education is necessary to change the job appropriately for the workers. Without those kind of new skill set to move out to the other companies. So Japanese workers hesitate to move out to the other field or the other companies, and they try to keep in the same company, even if they have no chance to raise up their skill and raise up the productivity. So that is the behavior, particularly in Japan. So that's promoting kind of recurrent education, reskilling education is necessary to promote labor mobility and promote a new possibility of those workers. So that I stress the investment into the human capital is the one, because of those the view. That is my second answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Governor, you talked earlier in your speech about countries and banks and governments in many ways learning the wrong lessons from Japan. We now have a situation where Japan is really standing aside from so many other countries who are all raising rates quite dramatically in some cases from very low. Are they on the wrong path now? And will this in fact lead to recessions?
First of all, many central banks in many advanced many countries are now raising interest rate, which is quite understandable, which I support. And I do not want to make comment on Bank of Japan's current monetary policy, but as you can imagine from what I said in my initial presentation, just relying on monetary easing is not solution. Rather, continuing with extreme monetary easing is counterproductive. So aside from timing, well, aside from rhetoric, just relying on continuing with monetary easing is not solution. That's my response. Yeah.
Yes, but of course you've also got the level of debt that Japan has now.
Yeah.
How does the country, the economy, manage that, particularly if interest rates do rise even a little?
Currently, investors, currently anyway, up until recently, the very low interest rate prevailed globally. So Japanese fiscal situation could be sustainable. But eventually, given that the interest rate is rising globally, I don't think Japan could continue with the current low interest rate forever. So eventually, at least long-term interest rate might start to increase. And if the Japanese government is not engaged with serious fiscal reform, then investors might lose some kind of credibility. So in order for that kind of thing to happen, Japanese government have to be serious about fiscal reform together with economic reform. So you raise a question in terms of how Bank of Japan should cope in this new environment. But this is a bit narrow. What is needed is how government should implement fiscal and economic reform. And that's my answer to your question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Yanagawa-san, you talked about the importance of energy and the fact that oil prices are controlled by the government, and yet we're in the middle of an energy transition which is proving very, very expensive, obviously, for many countries in Europe with what's going on as well. What do you think the Japanese economy, what impact is this going to have on the Japanese economy, particularly if Europe, for example, goes into recession, which looks extremely likely?
Now the Japanese government and companies try to consider that this energy transformation is a chance for the investment for them. So they are trying to, there is a possibility to promote a new technology to support the transformation. So if they succeed in some kind of technology to support sustainable energies, that is a big chance. So that, of course, that transformation is costly and comes from the burden for the economy, but there's a chance. So that government try to promote investment or taking a chance for the Japanese company to promote a new technology investment.
But do you think, for example, that Japan's current dependence on Australian LNG will diminish over time?
I don't think so. That in general, Japanese has a big energy problem, so that any source of the energy supply is important for Japan, so that they keep that relationship, I guess.
So then another question, I'm again open for questions if anybody wants, oh, we've got a question just there.
Hi, thanks for the very insightful talk. Going back to the issue of immigration, I'm sorry, returning the conversation back a bit. The importance of productivity is stressed by both professors here, and I absolutely agree. But as currently in Japan, pension is tied to average income, and if productivity rise, incomes rise, and as a result, pensions must rise, or otherwise inequality will rise. So I thought that immigration, introducing a larger number of immigration and reducing that dependency ratio is the only way you can reduce the burden on those currently employed, to prevent further ballooning in the cost of Social Security. But what would your opinions be on that? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand your question exactly. Yeah. Could you say your question more concretely?
So pension is currently tied to income, and income is related to productivity. So if we raise productivity, incomes will rise, and as a result, pension payments will rise. So the ratio of cost between Social Security and total income won't change even if productivity does rise. And I feel like the only way that can be resolved is introducing more number of workers itself through immigration alongside productivity reforms. And I was wondering what your sort of views might be on that.
The design of a pension system is determined by the three factors. One is the economic growth or productive growth. The other is at the age at which people start getting the pension. And the third element is the income of retiree relative to the income of worker. So fundamentally, the three parameters determines the pension system. And in this context, suppose we receive more foreign workers. And if those foreign workers are really skilled labor, then productivity level could be increased, which is very beneficial for the average the pension income. But otherwise, just mere increase in the number of the foreign workers doesn't solve the fundamental problem facing the pension system. So I'm not against receiving more foreign workers, but I don't think receiving more foreign workers could improve the pension situation unless we succeed in receiving more skilled foreign workers.
Last questions. Is somebody just here as well?
Hi, I'm Joel Rathis from the Prime Minister's Department.
Can you just speak up a little?
I will speak louder. Hi, I'm Joel Rathis. I'm from the Prime Minister's Department. I have a quick question. So Australia is doing a review of its central bank, looking to learn from others. And one question is about the relationship between monetary policy makers and fiscal policy makers, just to make sure that macroeconomic policy is consistent. So as you may know, at the end of last year, Australia walked away from, well, the RBA, our central bank, walked away from our yield curve control policy. It was very sudden. Basically, it was 80 basis points, and our target was 10 basis points, so it had to end. But that obviously has some fiscal implications. So I think Japan still has its very loose monetary policy settings in place, and you mentioned that some of these decisions are technically easy, that politically is the question of timing and how to message and all those kinds of things. So for big policy changes like that, is this the kind of thing that Japan considers in the fiscal context? Does it take it to the cabinet to talk to Kante about those issues? And what's the sort of relationship now that's evolving between Ministry of Finance and Bank of Japan through the...
I couldn't hear. What is the relationship between what and what?
Between Bank of Japan and Ministry of Finance.
I am not a sitting governor, so I don't know what is the relationship between the government or the Ministry of Finance and Bank of Japan currently. But based on my experience, it depends on personality of a finance minister or prime minister or governor. Also, it depends on economic condition. And when I was a governor between 2008 and 2013, my impression is most of prime ministers does understand that deflation is not a fundamental problem of Japanese economy in private. But at the same time, many ministers, when many ministers are asked about his or her view in public, then they often frame the problem in terms of deflation, in terms of monetary policy. That is a sad reality. And if that kind of element is strong, then the relationship between central bank and the government could become tense. Otherwise, it is good. So it depends on the personality, and it depends on economic condition. That's what I can say. Yeah.
Would you like to add anything to that? Professor Yanagawa-san?
Is it me?
Yes.
I asking my talk?
Yes, on that, yes. Sorry.
I couldn't understand. Yes, that I think the economic policy is complicated, so that not only the monetary policy affect the prices level or the inflation deflation level or exchange rate. So that policy mix a kind of coordination among policies, monetary policy, fiscal policy, or deregulation policy, or structural reform policies. Those kind of policy mixes is necessary. That is obvious. But the difficult task is keeping independence of the central bank and necessary how to realize the necessary combination of the policy, necessary policy mix to realize. So that is very difficult task, and formal and informal discussions are necessary. And as Shirakawa-san said, the informal discussion is much dependent upon the personality and very unstable in some sense. But anyway, that I would like to stress that now that in order to control the monetary situation appropriately in Japan, not only Bank of Japan, and that totally the government and Bank of Japan should coordinate to appropriate market situation to realize. That's I'd like to stress.
Thank you. Well, I think the Governor said initially that despite having in many ways a slightly pessimistic talk, that he was optimistic because the real issue was to debate and look at the proper issues rather than getting off onto wrong paths. I think what we've done this morning is made a very good beginning on that for today. So I'd like to thank very much both our speakers for what has been a really, really interesting discussion. Thank you to both of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And now I believe we're heading to lunch, is that correct? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Enjoy it.
Okay.
I hope you enjoyed your lunch, but there is no danger of you all falling into a post-lunch torpor, because our next speaker is going to keep you on the edges of your seat. The next keynote is by Professor Saako Shiraze from the University of Tokyo. She had stern words with me beforehand. She said, "Don't introduce me, just tell them my name and let's get on with it." Which tells you a little bit about her forthright nature. But that's a great thing, because when we hear about contemporary Japanese society, we don't need platitudes and we don't need repetition of headlines. We need analysis and insight. And our next speaker is incredibly well equipped to deliver that. And I'm sorry, but I'm doing it anyway.
Thank you.
So Professor Shiraze is currently director of the University of Tokyo's Centre for Contemporary Japanese Studies, a professor of sociology at the Graduate School of Humanities and Sociology at the University of Tokyo. And in case you're wondering how she manages all this, I know she has cloned herself, because she is also Senior Vice Rector at the United Nations University. So you have to stay awake, because she is so far ahead of all of us in terms of energy and achievement that it's going to take our collective energy to keep up with her. Please welcome, for the sociology keynote, Professor Saako Shiraze.
Nicely done. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Such a great introduction, Ricky, and it's really an honor. And I also feel kind of nervous to make keep you awake. So if I'm talking very bored, I'm sure you can be falling asleep. But anyway, I like to share what I'm thinking of today, and the topic which I got was something on the COVID-19. Doesn't say. You can't hear? Yes. Yes? This one? It's better? It doesn't say anything. Can you hear better now? Yes? Okay. So I won't use this one. Okay. So again, today's topic on my presentation is Japan now, gender-based super age society under the COVID-19. I'm a sociologist, so-called social demographer, and my field in sociology is social inequality, social stratification. I trained in States and mainly in Britain, and my specialty was social mobility issues. So surprisingly or luckily, my talk is somehow related to Shirakawa sensei's talk, because I very much interested in what he said, even though he's a macroeconomist. But what I'm thinking right now is quite close. Sometimes it's common with what I'm thinking of. So I will show a lot of data today, and to let you know what's going to happen, or let you feel what is happening in Japan. So this is a kind of basic, statistics what is happening in COVID-19. And still the Japanese society is close, outsiders. This is a very political issues, but again, this is a very challenging time for Japan, mainly because how we can collaborate actually, how specialists and how scholars and researchers specialize in some particular field can collaborate with policymakers. So that's a really urgent issue. But I have to confess, it doesn't work well. It didn't work well. But like, Shirakawa sensei and other Yanagawa-san as well, are keen to collaborate such a different kind of specialists all together to seek some common goal. So I like to talk mainly 3 topics: a demographic trend in Japan, the most aged society, including declining fertility rate. So my talk is quite close to what Shirakawa sensei talked, an hour ago. And behind this kind of demographic transformation, there is a persistent gender norms relations, even though the families and individual way of life are changing in Japan. This kind of gap makes the things complicated, and that's why younger people in particular, or the women, keep away from very important critical issues in Japan, maybe. And finally, what I'm thinking of for the future of post-COVID-19 pandemic. Okay. So here is an overview what did happen in Japan. So demographically, the fertility rate is a more important indicator to explain overall demographic structure. So this is a very classic research in demography. Either fertility rate or the mortality rate has more important explanatory power to determine the fertility rate. And then in 1960s, and then British demographer finding out fertility rate is more important indicator to explain overall demographic structure. So here is the fertility rate, and the important thing is among the Asia, there is a high drop in fertility rate in particular time. Actually, I showed it since 1970s, but if I showed the 1960s and 50s, in Japan has exactly the same pattern. The high drop in fertility rate had occurred in 1950s, and as a result, along with expansion of the longevity and the percentage of the aged, those aged people increasing very steeply in Japan. So this is a kind of a demographic trend. And this is more visually can see the 1965 when Japanese economy enjoyed their miracle of economic growth. So we have been very lucky to have very high quality and relatively low wage labor force could be found actually within the society. So Japan is a kind of rare society to achieve high economic growth there without inviting or introducing migration. I think this is a kind of past success story to make things moved. I think one of the reasons why some Japanese politicians do not, believe or regards how important not only the domestic labor market, but also the foreign labor market as well. And not only high-skilled labor market, but also the low-skilled labor market as well. And here is, close to now, this is a current, pyramid of demographic structure. So it's a kind of metabolism can be seen right here, very low percentage of young people. And these young people gradually enter to the working age people. But once you enter the old age, stage, you cannot get rid of anything, anywhere. So the social expenditure is increasing actually as a result. And here is 100 years between the two, demographic pyramid. You can see overall size of the population has shrunk, and the very aged people are increasing relatively to other, other age groups. If anything doesn't change, largely, including including immigration policies. So here is a kind of demographic projection. We said a projection, not estimate. Projection means if you see the future where you're standing. So if the reality where you're standing has changed, of course the future will be changed. There are the couple of estimations for the future, but the point is you can see the very declining overall size of the population. So the Asian population can lead declining the size of the population if the fertility rate doesn't increase. Because even though nowadays healthy elderly can be found, but expected longevity on average shrunk. So if the proportion of the elderly is increased, the overall size of the population has declining. This is a quite natural consequences. Okay. So, from the demographic point of view, and we have two kinds of dependent demographic groups. One is a younger age group who will be working age in 10 or 15 years, and then the other one is the old age. So nowadays, the ratio of young to old, age group are declining. So in other words, we have rather higher burden socially to take care of the old people. And again, this is a percentage of 50 years. So as a result, the social expenditure in Japan are increasing, and particularly social expenditure related to the old age policies are increasing. So our basic structure of social security system skewed to the elderly people in 1960s. However, in 1960s, the percentage of those aged 65 are not that large. Nobody can predict we have such a large number of the people. And here is you can see that what is the social benefit by category from 1970 to 2018. You can see the pensions are quite high, and medicine, medical care is also increasing. But on the other hand, welfare and other categories, nowadays is increasing, but still a lower percentage. Behind of it, we are very much dependent on so-called, function of the families. The families can be, has been regarded as a major institution to provide basic livelihood security. So in fact, a lot of elderly people has lived in a so-called 3-generation household. So they can enjoy, actually older people enjoy their basic substantial social livelihood services within the household. Okay, so this is one of the key points I'd like to emphasize. This is my colleague demographer, Ryuichi Kaneko. He's such a great demographer. She has been the head of the National Institute of Population and Social Security Research. And he actually, I talked in the same session about a week ago, and he showed this kind of estimation. So this is a graph. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? The degree of declining fertility rate after the COVID-19. So I borrowed from Kaneko's slide, so you can see the Japanese. But thing is, here is based on the projection, most recent projection of fertility rate, and this red line denotes the actual observed fertility rate. The gap between estimation and actual fertility rate has increasing. However, declining of fertility or more than expected had started before the COVID-19. So the COVID-19, it's rather difficult to causal relationship, what is going to happen, and particularly what's the negative impact or positive impact on individual behavior. It's hard to judge. But this is also what he emphasized. I do agree with it. We cannot simplify what's going to happen during the COVID-19. Again, negative consequences such as individual fertility behavior, including individual fertility behavior or marital behavior, had started before the COVID-19 in Japan. I think this is one of the key point which I like to emphasize. So what are the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on Asian population declining fertility? So the first question is the increase in the number of deaths among the elderly. Yes, it was actually, unfortunately. So this is, demographically, we have the large growth of the people because of that aging population, not only in Japan, but also other developing countries, maybe in the future, and Australia as well. So the negative impact on the fertility behavior, lowering fertility, yes and no, we have not sure. So what had happened behind the demographic change? Maybe unequal consequences have made society, the globe as a whole, divided. Maybe that might be true. But not only the COVID-19 pandemic pursue, but maybe we have the responsibility as a society, it's not that negative. So in other words, because of COVID-19, we have such a large divided society. That's not true, because this is our responsibility to make the society such divided. So the critical factor in declining the fertility rate, this is two factors. One is a structural reason in which the number of the parents to be declining because of the declining fertility rate. The number of them are shrinking. So the number of the people who become parents are declining. This is a structural reason. We can't change it that drastically because the demographic structure has, took a while to change. So this is a structural, factor. And behavior reason, among such a declining number of the parents, their behavior is changing. They no longer have a larger number of the people. But of course, this is not the universal. And some very young people, and particularly young women, happen to get pregnant before the marriage. The number of them are increasing. But the overall, this number is quite minority because we can see the delay in the marriage as a whole on the macro level. But even though the number itself is really small, but some teenage couples had the baby. So once you started your first baby born, and you are more likely to have a more number of the children. This is demographically empirically proved. So I showed very briefly what's going to happen, and COVID-19 pandemic. So again, with Japanese labor market has been or still is firmly segregated by gender. This is quite famous fact. And where they work and how they receive the reward and how they're promoted, and all aspects has been heterogeneous or unequal by gender. Of course, gender is not just a dummy variable, and in fact, in Japan, there is very active argument and diversity in the gender. But today, I like to focus on only man and woman at this point. But in all areas, clear gender gap has been persuasive and between man and woman. So Shirakawa sensei and Yanagawa sensei, and they're quite persistent, based on the persistent norm and regulations, how we can make it change. That's the important, I'm very much interested in it. Again, visually, you can see what happened very easily. This is the number of the people who left the labor market after the COVID-19. Here is the male, figures. Here is the female figures. And April, you can see around this time, all the Japanese schools are closed formally. So the moms, in particular, has to leave the labor market. However, if you are the one-parent families, lone mom families, they could not afford to leave the labor market because she's the one who raised the kids and support the families. So within the female, within the woman, there are the very different behavior against the COVID-19, but still the number of the people who left or who out of the labor market is much, much higher among men. So Japan, as you know, they're very much segregated by the type of the employment. So the women are more likely concentrated in a part-time work and non-regular work. So among women, there are quite a larger number of the women who has worked as a part-time work can be a much, much larger. You can see the larger drop. And male also, of course, they're suffering. I did not say that men didn't suffer at all, but in fact, some of the low-educated men are suffering the negative impact of COVID-19 as much as male. That's true, but as a whole, in a macro structure, women's situation is much worse. And this is a kind of attitude type of the situation. If you this is a lot of characters in there, but teleworking is one of the very high potential way of working, and they say it is easier to make it the balance work and life balance and easier. However, housework is not that easy, I have to say. So if you did a good job within the household, you have to get used to doing the job. And women, tend to say they're very much stressful and more stressful than before because he has to take care of many things in the home. And in fact, women claim are more likely compared with men claim to have more time for the housework. So reputation or some kind of feeling towards what happened during the COVID-19 are quite different between men and women. And here is a kind of a data result. How many hours do you spend more time in childcare and housework and working? So the man and woman, particularly telecommunication, maybe they can spend more time at home. And however, absolute number of spending hours and time within at home are quite different between men and women. And oops. Oh. Do you get tired? Oh no. That's your. Yeah, this is mine, right? Okay, working. Thanks. So again, okay, two. Okay, so I have so many, so maybe I should rush. Japan is again a highly gender segregated society, and this is a main fact. So the way of participating in the labor market are quite different, and how to work are very different. Women are concentrated in a part-time work, which is not accumulated as a career. Even though the way of working is slightly different by age group and a cohort, and in fact, some of them, the way of working less intermittent or destructive in their life course. But this is a kind of overall, pattern of working labor force participation rate by age group, so you can see continuous life, working life. So being the single means staying in the labor market. But once you get children, they're more likely to leave. But nowadays, majority of mom of the first child are likely to stay in the labor market. This is an important transition, and we do need more support to work in the family. And the gender gap is really high in Japan, and the part-time work is really high compared with other countries. And this is a place where men and women are working. Again, the women are more likely to stay in the medicine, healthcare, and welfare areas, and wholesale areas. Some service areas as well. It's quite unevenly divided. And then the important thing is among the men and women with higher education, how many of the employment rate between men and women. This is a kind of comparison. So higher bar means a larger difference in employment rate among those with higher education. So this is the overall rate. There's no taking into account age difference and a cohort difference. But Japanese women, even though they get higher education, they're less likely to stay in the labor market. So maybe because they cannot have the support for the healthcare, I don't know. But that's a kind of I shouldn't say I don't know. This is true. But I said there is no rigid causality issues. This is how small the Japanese and female managers, because nobody expects a woman climbing up the career ladder. This is true for the male managerial people, but also the women themselves didn't expect their climbing up the career ladder. So the changing way of life within Japan can be seen. In fact, marital, the situation of families are quite, different. Again, now Japan, the one-person families and a couple of the families are the majority, not the families with a couple and children. They are not the majority anymore. And this is a kind of interesting, statistics about marriage, divorce, and remarried. Are more likely getting remarried these days, and divorce rate is not that really, really low. But again, you can see the first marriage is declining. This is because of the delay in the marriage. And remarriage rate is also, it's a kind of stable, but it's not that small nowadays. So I like, this is a very, I like this figures which I made by myself, but then for about 40 years in difference, the gender gap in spending time for unpaid work, so-called household chores, childbearing, and long-term care. If we set female average in 100, you can see a kind of improvement among men to spend their time for unpaid work, so-called. But if you look at working paid work, the situation doesn't change that much. Again, you can see the improvement. I'm not sure the improvement or not, but anyway, the women are more likely to spend more time in the labor market, but this becoming equal. But the women are less likely to get married, having an event doesn't occur, to have children, doesn't occur. So this is the main reason why the women show the larger, higher spending time in labor market. But after the 30s and 40s, there's no much difference in the way of the work. So the structure of family changed, the marital and the childbirth behavior also changed. But again, the gender norms and expectations playing roles in family, workplace, community, and politics, and doesn't change at all substantially. So this is the 3 points. I like, here is, I'm sorry, this is a kind of, out of my time, but the 3 points I like to discuss. A 3 point which we need: diversity, flexibility, and investment. So, or taking a risk. This is a 3 point I like to emphasize: the inevitable trend of declining fertility rate and population size. This is inevitable. And how do we break Japan's thick and rigid wall against various social norms, very conservative social norms and values related to gender, family in various social systems, including social security system, is very important indeed. An inclusive future with innovation, so-called, should be one of the common role. And the key is how to promote investment to so-called human being, and as Yanagawa-san also emphasized, particularly the younger generation, who could be a parent-to-be, and how to allocate financial resources to them is also very, very important indeed. But thing is, we cannot see any kind of consequences immediately. We take a longer time to see what's going to happen, this investment. So the Shirakawa said how to, reach the consensus, that's getting more and more difficult. So the mutual discourse happened to be the same thing. I didn't discuss about it beforehand. But then the mutual discourse is very important with various people. So diversity is very important indeed. And flexible development. Flexibility is one of the weakest points in Japan, actually. Because of the rigid, they can achieve something. But now, being rigid is very, very negative. And in order, we do need assessment, or we do need multi-level, multi-dimensional criteria to assess, how the people achieve, how they, work. So that's going to be a very important indeed. I think that's I like to talk today. ありがとうございました。Sorry for that. Sorry for a long time.
Well, we've already given our applause to thank Professor Shirahase. In the interests of time, I'd like to move straight to the sociology panel. Professor Shirahase is on this panel. Please keep your questions burning somewhere inside you. You will have a chance to ask them after the panel has convened. Thank you.
Sit on the end seat and Professor Ono, sit there, thank you. Okay, welcome to the sociology panel, and thank you for that wonderful keynote. Obviously, COVID-19 has had a huge impact on Japanese society. We've started to unpack some of these impacts in recent Japan updates last year and the year before, but obviously as the pandemic unfolds, we're now in the third year, those impacts change. And we've also heard this morning a lot about the state of the Japanese economy, but in today's panel, what we'd like to do is get more into the detail of how COVID has changed work lives and work practices in Japan, how it has shaped gender issues. We're going to delve into that further. And also how it has impacted the sort of COVID discourse in Japan, how it has affected basically the way Japanese sort of, look at illness, how it's manifested in pop culture forms, even in anime. And we're joined by a very esteemed panel today. We've already heard a wonderful introduction from Ricky Kirsten of Professor Shirahase, but I'm also delighted to be joined here by Professor Hiroshi Ono, who is a Professor of Human Resources Management and also Director of the Executive Master of Business Administration program at the School of International Corporate Strategy at Hitotsubashi University. And we're also being joined, I believe, hopefully soon, okay. Language and also Japanese studies here at the ANU. She's also a distinguished educator. As many of you are also aware, Carol is engaged in a very heroic battle against brain cancer and has just had surgery. She was hoping she would have recovered to the extent that she could join us in person today and also to join us verbally, but unfortunately she's undergoing a lot of challenges. I hope she will appear with us, but in any case, I have sent her the questions in advance and she sent me her responses. So I think if there's one thing we've learned from COVID and this pandemic is that we should be able to be very flexible with our arrangements. So I'm just really delighted and humbled that she's able to contribute to the panel, regardless of her really delicate condition. So first, I'm going to ask a few questions to our panelists, but I encourage all of you to think of your own questions. You may have some questions from the keynote, and people listening online, please send through the questions and we'll also get to them as well. So I'd like to start with Professor Ono. Obviously, the COVID-19 pandemic has really had a massive impact on the way that Japanese work, okay? This is something we've seen globally, but it's also played out a little bit differently in Japan. I was wondering if you could speak to us about both the sort of positive and negative impacts that COVID has had on the work lives of people in Japan.
Okay, thank you very much, Lauren, for that introduction. First of all, it's a very honor to be here. It's a pleasure to be here. Are there students in the audience?
Yes.
Yes, it's wonderful to see the future of Australia.
Right?
Yes, joining us. I encourage you to, if you have any questions, please pose them at any time. So the question was about the good and bad things about what happened to work in Japan post-COVID, and it's very much related to what we discussed in the morning panel with Shirakawa-san and Yanagawa-san. And I think there's, I'm going to start with a very interesting quote. It says, the Japanese are very efficient at doing inefficient things, okay? And any of you that have worked in Japan or been to Japan will immediately realize what that means. Japanese people they're not lazy, they're actually very hardworking, they're diligent, and they're punctual, and so they have good work ethic, but there seems to be something about the way that the Japanese people work that it's rather wasteful, it's inefficient, it's unproductive. And so this shows up it's a micro level observation that has macro level implications. And it shows up in the statistics as we saw this morning, right? So unproductive labor force. So I think definitely what I can say about COVID is that it gave us an opportunity to identify the wastes in how we work. Because immediately, we went into lockdown, people had to go into isolation, they couldn't go to the office anymore. People were forced to become a little bit more efficient. Remote work helped, and not, commuting also helped, right? Perhaps an appreciation for what can be done outside of work as well. So maybe the boundary between work and home became a little bit more clear. And there's an interesting survey. So what are the 4 wastes that you were able to identify as a result of COVID? And number 1 is commuting. Because, especially if you live in Tokyo and the great metropolitan areas, you will spend a lot of time, in the trains, which is a big waste. Number 2 is drinking after work, also known as nomikai. And I could have said that, basically it was an excuse for people to socialize after work because we need this hour to communicate with our colleagues. This is when the real work gets done. But that all turns out to be BS, right? So, and number 3 was Hanko, the stamp of approval, that you need these, you need to carry these little stamps to make it official. Not even signatures, it has to be a stamp. And it was a very, very inefficient way. It still is a very inefficient way to work because sometimes you have to wait for the right person to show up to the office in order to get something approved, and this could delay the process for a couple of days. And number 4 was just a pile of documents. As this morning, yes, I think Ms. Hewitt was talking about, Japanese companies are so advanced, but they're still loaded with paperwork. So that is definitely a big, big waste. And I think it gave us an opportunity to really revisit those kinds of wastes, right? And I could say more about that if I have an opportunity to say that later on. But yeah, I would say it gave us an opportunity to accelerate digital transformation. That was the other thing. So going remote, doing telework, perhaps reviewing this Hanko culture and transitioning to digital documents. And I think it just so happens that the East Asian Forum Quarterly came out last week, and I have an article in that about the digital transformation in Japan, and I think that, might give you a little glimpse of about how, the state of digital transformation is still a little bit behind, but I think Corona kind of kick-started that transformation. Now, going to the bad stuff, new inequalities evolved, right? So, Shiraze-san's talk, talked about, there could be a worsening divide between, existing gender inequality. So, women were more likely to be affected negatively than men. There's also a divide between standard versus non-standard workers. So people in precarious positions became even more, were even more affected by this. Right? And the other thing that, if I have time, I'll talk more about is that the fertility decline, which is also what Shiraze-san talked about. And primarily because people decided to delay their marriage, right? That's, unlike in many European, and also I think Australia as well, cohabitation is not really an option. So people have to be married first in order to have babies. That's another point of the very strong social norms. And so delaying marriage actually has a negative impact on fertility. So anyway, I've spoken enough, and I'll pass on to you.
Thank you very much. I'm particularly happy to hear about potential changes in the Hanko culture. I think we've all had our own problems with Hanko in Japan, including me. Actually, the first time I set up a bank account in Japan, I had a Hanko and I stamped it, and I returned home. My home was about an hour from the bank, and as soon as I got home, the bank called me to say that I hadn't stamped it properly, and I would need to come back and do it again. So I'm just going to move on now with a question for Professor Shiraze. Obviously, a huge, I don't really know what to say, but a terrible event in Japan recent times has been the sudden death of Prime Minister Abe Shinzo, former Prime Minister Abe Shinzo. And I think it's a good time, and sort of we haven't really delved into this today, is just to reflect on his womenomics policy, the legacy of it. Obviously, this was a really concerted effort by the longest-serving Prime Minister in Japan to really make some significant change. And so I was wondering what you think this womenomics policy, what does it sort of reveal about the entrenched obstacles to sort of achieving greater workplace?
Absolutely, womenomics, so-called. This influence, made some impact on the Japanese society. When I heard about his, policy towards promoting, women in the labor market, I thought, okay, he's just going back to home and become out of the labor market. This is one of the way of driving force to make Japanese society economically successful, make the woman more active. And this is a quite twist and a new trick. I mean, and promoting actually announcing his kind of the mission. But okay, good and bad, I have to confess. But division decline actually rather expanding. So his attention is pulling up rather top tier of the woman, and so majority of the women who stuck with make the attitude survey, a majority of women, they don't want to work part-time, full-time, because there's too much time to work with. So the trick is basic system themselves has not changed, but Prime Minister Abe announced or showed his high expectation, say that this is a great chance to push our weak point is making better, achieve success to some extent.
Wonderful. Thanks very much for those great reflections. One of the interesting, almost global trends we've noticed, but it was particularly pronounced in the United States, has been the so-called droves and shifted to other jobs. But interestingly, this phenomenon didn't seem to emerge in Japan. So I was wondering, Professor Ono, if you could explain why we haven't seen that.
So in the United States, you have this unemployment levels are historically quite low to begin with, 18% in a matter of months, and then it came down. But what happened? The Great Resignation was not dismissal, right? So these are people that are voluntarily quitting their jobs because they revisited, this again goes back to what I said earlier, but I said, well, what is important? Figure out what's important to me. And in large numbers, people figured out that this is not the kind of job that they wanted, right? So they basically walked out. But who can do that? Who can do that? It's the people that have outside options, right? So Great Resignation is basically a phenomenon where people that are able to. And what happened in Japan is that, with COVID, COVID hit in early 2020, and what happened to the unemployment rate? Well, nothing happened. Virtually nothing happened to the unemployment rate. And this goes back to, again, the earlier morning's to whatever's happening in the economy, right? So unemployment shoots up to 15% in the United States. In Japan, it remains virtually flat. So where is all that going? So it's being absorbed by the companies. So the companies are absorbing this great, massive, macro-level inefficiency within their organizations, but nobody got laid off. So, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because in the morning, we talked about the positive correlation between labor turnover, labor mobility, and economic growth, and also labor mobility and productivity is what Shirakawa Sensei was talking about this morning. So yes, there was no unemployment, there was no change in unemployment, but because the companies are absorbing that inefficiency, it's going to have a quite prolonged recovery as a result of it. And and the United States, I would predict, would come out of this much faster than Japan, right? It's kind of like maybe afterwards we can talk about this as well. But it's going back into macroeconomics. So that's the reason I think it's a big difference. You talk about Japanese. Shirakawa-san this morning talked about how the survival rate of inefficient companies are actually higher in Japan, in the United States. If you look at that as an individual level, inefficient workers are retained in significantly large numbers, right? So lifetime employment, that's basically what it is. It's that you will protect your employment regardless of whether you're productive or not. Mm-hmm. It's a commitment that we make to the people. But the trade-off is that it could, have a macro level, like prolong the economic recovery.
Very interesting. Thank you for that great explanation. I think the next question I'll direct to Professor Shirahase, but I think perhaps Professor Ono also would like to jump in. So when talking about the demographic trends in Japan and specifically the declining fertility rate and the acceleration of the aging society, you talked quite a bit about delayed marriage as one of the issues, but we've also seen a phenomenon emerging, especially in recent years in Japan, whereby many women, and I guess by default men too, are deciding that they just want to be lifetime singles.
Yeah.
They have no intention of getting married, and society's even becoming restructured to accommodate these singles with special restaurants and accommodations for single people. So I was wondering if you could talk about what's maybe driving this phenomenon in Japan.
Actually, never married rate is rather increasing, and among men is if you measure or see the percentage of being married at the age of 50, we can't call it never married rate anymore, but it's quite high, more than 1/4 or something. Never marriage is very closely associated with disadvantage in economic situation. So again, the causality issues are profounding, but because they are not rich enough, or ready enough to get married for the man's side, or for the woman over the story that getting higher, leveling up the rate of being never married. But as a whole, majority of the people has experienced to get married. But then again, the marital status, marital behavior are closely related to economic situation in Japan. And can I very, briefly like to touch with Ono Sensei's comment. What's going to happen to macro level structure on this side? But I think the final goal, making the macro structure changed. But again, like the demographic situation, structural change is really hard to change and make it a change. But then the final goal should be make the change to macro level. Otherwise, within the macro level, there are many things that happen in the unemployment rate. It looks like it doesn't change at all. But if you're breaking down the age group, then the educational levels or cohort, so there are a kind of changing inside. So this is of course a compositional type of factors in there. But then again, it looks like it doesn't change at all, but it doesn't mean necessarily things are not, happening in Japan. They are happening, but then visually it's quite profounding, if you look only at the macro level of situation.
Interesting. Would you like to add anything, Professor Ono?
Sure. I mean, I guess I could add a comment from the world of work. I think the big inequality in employment right now is this the gap between the standard versus the non-standard workers, and one of the trends that we see post-bubble period, especially compared to the 1990s, is we have this increasing army of non-standard workers, right? So it's getting more and more difficult to find those stable, full-time positions, what we call lifetime employment, right? So the percentage of people in non-standard employment is like 40% now. So and expanding. And disproportionately, that tends to be female. In unstable employment, kind of opt out of the marriage market. They feel like they're not qualified, that they're not making enough money, they don't have stable employment, and until I can have a full-time job and be financially responsible, I don't feel like I should get married, right? And this is another big reason behind, the delayed marriage, which exacerbates the fertility problem. So, this is like economy meets society. That I think that all, these structural changes are related.
Yeah. But sorry, I have to say that this is a trap, not only for women, but also men as well. And of course, part-time, the gap between the, regular and the non-regular work is really high each man because they try to protect the so-called conservative type of the full-time work. So if we completely try to change the definition or position of the full-time work or so-called long-term work, things can be changed. So we need quite drastic, reform in order to make it change. So getting back to the Abe's, Prime Minister's Abe's Womenomics. So I thought he's a kind of great, realistic politicians. So he is really, sensitive what they want, and they propose a Womenomics. But I'm not sure whether he doesn't touch very core, employed so-called. That's my impression.
Very true.
Yes,
Sure.
If I could add one more thing about, this, the question that I get a lot is like, why don't we have more women's leadership positions in Japan?
Yeah.
And, you think about this from both gender discrimination and women are exploited from the workplace. And then on the supply side, you have women that don't want to go into these leadership positions, right? And so there's both things going on. And we're actually doing this survey of gender and diversity issues. And I'm not denying that, there's, discrimination in the workplace, but there's a large part of this problem is that women generally don't want to go into these positions.
Okay, can I? Sorry.
Maybe,
but you know what? I always, yes, I do understand. And a lot of people said that. But first of all, have you asked this kind of question to men? You want to be a manager or not? This is kind of nonsense. If you continue to, develop your own career and take a higher managerial position, I think this is a kind of the, working path. So do not ask young woman, whether you like to be a manager. Of course, if I were, I say no. And I'm the one who didn't expect to do this role. But again, everything is so behind. So do not make this kind of survey.
no, it's based on interviews and etc. But so what I wanted to say is that the men also, have very similar responses, but it's not like, the men aspire to be in these positions as well. I mean, so what I'm saying is that the work conditions in Japanese companies are just not very attractive. And this is true for both men and women. So it's not like the men have it easier off than the women, right? I mean, you ask any Japanese salaryman, 40, 50, it's not a desirable position. I guarantee you it's not a very good position. And happiness levels are actually lower, right? Of Japanese men versus Japanese women. And so one solution to this, not just, not just going beyond gender, is that you have to make Japanese jobs more attractive. That there's something about the way we work, going back again, makes people unhappy, makes them miserable. It's almost like gaman is a very, very good virtue, and gambaru is a good virtue, but it's not about that, right? So there's a triangle, like there's a happiness and well-being. If you have happy people, they become productive. If you become productive, then you become, you can work less, and if you work less, then you can become more happy, right? So right now we're kind of stuck in the other side, where we have a lot of army of unhappy people that are unproductive, working long hours, and it's just this really bad cycle. That's something that we have to get out.
And furthermore, the image when they answer the question, very male-dominated. Maybe if you like increase more female, female behavior and their, orientation maybe. So
great. You can see a really excellent debate is coming out here, and it'll be wonderful to hear audience opinions too. And just to slightly change track. Our third panelist, Professor Carol Hayes, is a linguist. She's got a lot of talents, actually. And one of the things she's been grappling with in her research throughout the pandemic has been the sort of impact that the pandemic has had on the psyche in Japan. And obviously it's awakened a kind of apocalyptic sense in many people. And this even comes through in anime and other forms of pop culture in Japan. And so the kind of questions that she was interested in sort of grappling with in her research is, how do we come to terms with not knowing what terrible things await us in society and not knowing what fate awaits us in the future? That was one of the terrible things when the pandemic started. No one knew how long this is going to go for. It's gone for a lot longer than any of us expected. And how do we talk about apocalyptic horror and what kind of narratives are being used, and how do we tell future generations? And her response to these questions was, she says, I have a deep belief in the power of storytelling to show how communities deal with issues of significance and manage social change. That's why she looks at pop culture to gain a sense of this as well. And just as my cancer treatment and my battle with glioblastoma brain cancer is teaching me new words and narratives, so has COVID provided the world with a new lexicon for pandemic and contagion. This is my comment, some may call it the kind of medicalization of society we've seen. And a set of terms which are culturally oriented to map how we deal with it. So we have new words, but we also have new images, and the visualization of contagion has always been critical to help people deal with an amorphous and invisible threat, whether the Grim Reaper, the plague doctors of the Middle Ages, Godzilla, or the image of the COVID molecule as an organic satellite. It's moist spikes floating through our blood and inculcating our immune systems. Popular culture is often revealing in helping us to understand how a culture works and how a community responds to this threat. From the nursery rhymes of the past, Ring-a-Ring-a-Rosies, to the anime of today's Japan, even to very popular smartphone game and avatar involving the governor of Tokyo to reinforce social distancing in pandemic Tokyo. It's been instructive in this context to look at the hugely successful recent blockbuster series Demon Slayer. In this anime, the demons and their slayers serve as a metaphor for our human fear of the other and highlight our failure to protect and sustain social and natural environments. These gothic demons are very much like the classic Oni demons, which challenge how a community sees others and its social norms and identities. And in Demon Slayer, draw their strength from blood and its corruption in others. The parallels to COVID are evident, just as other monster narratives in Japan, from Oni to Godzilla, have provided visual and narrative ways to help people come to terms with amorphous threats. Carol's currently doing a research project with Dr. Emerald King from the University of Tasmania on this at the moment. So watch this space. There'll be more coming out on this soon. So really grateful to Carol for sending through her contribution to help us to understand how people are managing on a psychological level, dealing with the uncertainty around COVID through pop culture. It's quite fascinating. So obviously we can't have questions particularly on that topic right now, but I'd like to invite questions from two of the best sociologists in Japan here with us at ANU. It's a great opportunity to maybe share your thoughts on what's come up or to ask your own questions. Yeah, just get the mic.
Hello, my name is Serena. I'm a student here doing Japanese studies at ANU. My question is for Professor Shirahase. Thank you for your keynote speech. I was wondering if you could expand a little bit more on your last slide. You talked about one of the solutions being the flexibilization of the workforce. My understanding of flexibilization is that sometimes people who opt to have flexible work might be more vulnerable to being laid off in times of economic crisis. So I was just wondering if you could expand a little bit more on what you mean. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Actually, I didn't have time, and I have to confess that I couldn't, sort it out. What should be the main, point I should, emphasize. But on the micro level, maybe, nurturing culture is very, very important indeed. Because it's not that easy changing the norms and changing expectations, which closely attach to every kind of aspect, including the way of working and who take care of the sick children. So every moment, this kind of norms and expectations is attached. So how we can break through this kind of existing very strong obstacles is not that easy. But thing is, otherwise, maybe that turn into Shirakawa-sensei, we need a kind of consensus to, I think this is a fact, almost a fact. If we, continue to keep very old-fashioned type of models that in Japan, we can't survive. And furthermore, we can no longer waste our good, assets of the society, which is the younger generation or even the future generation, to utilize their talent. So it's ours to change the judgment and the nurture. Okay, then making the mistake is also very, important indeed. So the turning back to the Ono Sensei's, point, so the leadership with various type of, background is very important because you can see the leaders which you can guide or judge your own behavior. So the leadership, we can be very, discretional judgment be done very instantly. That's the more core important thing. So in order to make these kind of people more, maybe we do change very drastic reform. Thank you.
Great. More questions? We've got quite a few. Maybe we can even take 2 questions. Sorry, over there. Okay. Yeah, we'll take 2. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Hayley Channer from the Perth US Asia Centre. Today we've talked a lot about demographics and the role of women, and I'm really interested, because I come from a defence and security background, I'm interested in the psyche of the Japanese public in terms of world events. And without trying to go into the defence session, which is coming later this afternoon, what do events like things such as Abe Shinzo's assassination and things like the war in Ukraine, what kind of psychological impact is that having in the world?
Did you want to take that, Professor?
Wow, that's really difficult
Wait,
to
we'll just take
answer.
one more, right? We can take, we'll take 2 questions. Yep, sorry. Yep. Okay.
No, she did back up the lady waiting actually. Yeah. So,
Oh,
but
sorry.
why don't you?
We'll take this
say
one
that?
and then we'll take the other one next. Yep, go for it. No, now.
Okay.
Yep, we'll take 2.
Hi, I'm Sharona. I'm a speechwriter at DFAT. I was really interested, we sort of talked about the Great Resignation, and then I guess the other side of that, when you're talking about the vicious cycle of low productivity and then unhappiness, and that's something that, for example, in China, the Tangping or lying flat has been sort of a movement that's picked up among youths, at least a little bit. And so I'm interested in whether you foresee any sort of similar social movement amongst young people in a sort of environment where productivity is low and potentially job satisfaction isn't high, and people sort of feel like there isn't any movement to move.
Okay. And want to take, okay. We can possibly take one more, yeah. We'll collect
waiting,
questions
actually.
and our panelists can address both. I'll come to that one too. Oh, okay,
Hi, I'm Lucy. I'm second year at ANU studying international relations and majoring in all things Japan. My question is, women need to participate in the labour workforce, and to do that there needs to be a higher level of education achieved. But there is still that stigma that highly educated Japanese women find it harder to find partners to marry. I'm sure we've heard the stories of Todai female students' grandparents crying because they got into Todai. They're so worried about them not getting married. So how does that stigma affect, is that a factor in lower birth rates and fertility? And if so, like, is there a solution to this stigma?
Okay, great questions, excellent questions. So what I might do first is ask Professor Ono, did you want to pick up on any of those questions?
Sure, I can ask. I can answer the second person's question.
Sure.
Were you relating specifically to the case of China?
Not specifically, but the idea of sort of low productivity and unhappiness in work. In the US as well, with quiet quitting, for example, is something that bare minimum or stepping away from the vicious cycle.
So, like, yeah, one of the work that I do is actually work on happiness and international comparisons. The very, very top is dominated by Scandinavian countries, right? Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland. Australia is pretty high as well because they have a very good social welfare state. And towards the bottom, you start seeing the post-communist countries, so, Hungary, China as well, And so what we can learn from the top countries is that they also have extremely the shortest working hours in the world, right? So there's something about the way they have certain needs. So I observe the way the Swedish people work. They work short hours, but they're very productive while they're there. They have a very, very clear separation between work and family. If anything, say like, I'd like to spend this much time with my family and for myself. How much do I need to work for leisure, right? And that's not going to be a path to happiness. So I think in that sense, many of the Europeans have their priorities straight. And this, so I think the countries that really have that, that priority straightened out achieve, high happiness and high productivity at the same time. Unfortunately, what happened with the post-communist society is different. They had a social safety net. And so, suddenly that was taken away from them, right? And so that being exposed to these market mechanisms is a big reason behind their unhappiness. Not really sure if that answers your question, but at least, among the Scandinavian countries.
Great answer, thank you. And now,
okay, thank you for the very tough questions. And, I'm not sure whether I'm ready to answer, sitting right here. And the instance for Abe is really sorry about it. Everyone is stunned, surprised actually what had happened because Japan was famous, has been famous that a very safe country. And but at the same time, I don't think we haven't clear enough to interpret. Well, I hopefully, can continue to discuss the Ukraine issues, and this is, more and more the people that get kind of attention. But I hope we can, peace issues is quite global, and we got atomic bombing, and we have the Hiroshima and the Nagasaki instance as well. Quite a few young people involved in social movement actually nowadays through the SNM. So we have a very good, a kind of, motivation to speak up or to feel what's going to happen. But the thing is, we do not have enough infra to welcome a lot of people with various backgrounds, say the mother tongue is Japanese, this kind of infra hasn't been ready yet. But then again, not only the Ukraine, but also, unfortunately, a lot of international conflicts that are happening all over the world. And so maybe in Japan, we have the very unique experiences in World War II. So we can play a little bit more active role to lead a discussion at least, and make a collaboration can be done. So maybe one of the key issues is how to make the international collaboration more, actively done is really the urgent issue. I think not only the research area, but also this kind of social problem area. And the stigma towards an expectation is a tough question. And Japan can be characterized by very strong punishment society if you do not follow a kind of unexpected path. But again, even though the things are changing, so how we can support various voices, make it possible or easier to raise the voices that's really urgent issues. Maybe the older generation, unfortunately, including myself, or including my male friends actually, understands how important it is. So again, unfortunately, this is very. If you are in a remote area, in particular, you do not have any support that's around, that's going to be a big issue. Then now SNN, every kind of kids can reach out, not only in Japan, but also outside, and make a team actually, help us, and make a friend actually. That might be a great idea. I like to support this kind of situation.
Great, thank you. And we have time for one more question, which has come through online. Thank you for sending through the question. So the question is about single mothers, which are sort of one of the most in the most precarious demographic in Japan, and often they're working full time, and the society is very much geared towards economically supporting double parent household, two parent households. So what kind of resources or policy measures could be taken to improve their situation? And I'd like to ask both of our panelists. Would you like to start, Professor Ono?
Sure, I can start.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, the question is about policy measures that can be used to improve the status of single mothers. Shiraze sensei talked a lot about very strong gender norms and family norms as well. And this is another area where, single mothers tend to be stigmatized, right? But I guess this is a question about policy. So what I can say is that there are particular measures and policy measures in place to protect the status of single mothers. I think the problem is that they erect certain barriers to using this system, right? So not just single mothers, but for example, getting help at home for your parents. You need to prove a lot of things. That is there a sibling or child living nearby? Does this person really require help? And there's very many layers of bureaucracy, and of course paperwork, because everybody loves paperwork. So in the case of single mothers, the same thing happens. That is it possible that your parents could help out? Extended family, do they live nearby? And to establish these roadblocks in itself is very, very cumbersome and perhaps a little bit embarrassing for some people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why do I have to go through all these layers of paperwork in order to get this kind of subsidy? And so basically what I learned from living in Sweden is that, they really lower these barriers, right? They make it accessible. It's universal, and you ask for this kind of help and you get it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the kind of policy that we need, is that, minimize the paperwork and just lower the barriers to taking advantage of it.
Okay, this is a quite big issue, and luckily this issue getting more attention from not only the media but also the politics. Actually, when the COVID-19 has expanded, actually has occurred, and Bureau of Gender Equity organized kind of a working group. And we raised some kind of urgent proposal, including special assistance to the families with the low income, particularly for low mom families. But thing is, again, the question is, yes, the policies support the single mom are increasing. But thing is, the very detailed system are pretty much based on the existing system. For instance, the allowance, allowance for the child care during the COVID-19, this allowance pays to the head of the families. The head of the household tend to be the woman, a man, and they got divorced, and only the man has a right to get, this kind of allowance. This is a very tiny, weeny example, but the system itself is assumptions is really still, stick with a very, very unconventional way. So, and furthermore, there are quite a lot of, policies in there. But thing is, the people are overwhelmed such kind of information, and DX as some kind of IT educations also provided through the community. But when how they can get this kind of information, for the very, having the three, times three working job, part-time working job at the same time, and how this kind of can be reached out to the very needy people. We do not have this kind of, system in Japan. So, how we can facilitate this, increasing the number of policies and implementation, real implementation of these new policies, and a kind of, make it, use a more easy way, maybe the urgent issue. And the other thing is an opportunity of an equal opportunity for the kids raised in single mom families. They have a very tough situation for the kids. Kids can, choose their parents. So from their side, how we can guarantee equal opportunities to get the higher education or good education is also very important issues indeed. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And I wonder if something that might help, sort of mitigate against this idea of the man as head of the household is this sort of policy push towards allowing women to retain their own surname, their maiden name, when they get married.
Yeah.
And also when they get divorced, because often this obviously head of household idea has revolved around the surname of the house. So if that's
kind
down,
of things, yes, very much closely attached.
Yeah.
That's why the individual numbers, maybe the numbers can be a key number to, to connect to each other. That might, that's kind of thing is necessary.
Okay, great. I think you'll agree with me that this has been a really stimulating discussion. We've covered a lot of aspects of Japanese society, but in a very in-depth way, thanks to our brilliant panelists. I'd like to thank Professor Hayes, Professor Shirahase, and Professor Ono for their wonderful contributions to the panel and for your questions. So please join me in thanking them. Thank you. And I believe now we're going to adjourn for afternoon tea, so please enjoy. Thank you.
Great moderator.
Oh, you did.
Good to go. Well, welcome everyone to this, our final session of today's wonderful Japan update, where we'll be focusing on Japan's strategic choices. Let me begin by acknowledging and celebrating that we're meeting this afternoon on the traditional lands of the Ngunnawal people and pay my respects to elders past and present. My name's Amy King, and I'm an Associate Professor here in the Strategic and Defence Studies Centre at the Coral Bell School of Asia-Pacific Affairs at the ANU. I'm very delighted to join everyone here today for this Japan update. The past 12 months have seen significant developments in Japanese foreign and security policy, both in response to domestic political changes taking place within Japan, but also equally in response to the global and regional challenges that Japan is facing. Russia's war in Ukraine has raised pressing concerns for all countries, but particularly on issues that have long been central to Japan's sense of security and identity, issues like food and energy security but we've also seen the culmination of regional order-building activities that Japan has had a central hand in helping to shape, things such as the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, as well as an increase in minilateral partnerships such as the Quad. At home, Japan is in the midst of revising the major documents that guide its foreign policy agenda, including the National Defence Programme Guidelines, the Medium-Term Defence Programme and the National Security Strategy. Those in economic security and human rights, which reflect its foreign policy agenda. And of course, the assassination of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has left its mark not only on domestic policy within Japan, but of course on Japan's foreign policy and national security choices. To help us think through these and many other issues, I'm delighted to have an all-star panel joining us both physically here in Canberra, as well as via the wonders of Zoom. I won't be providing extended biographies of all of our panellists. Their achievements are many, and their biographies can be found in the program. But please let me welcome Yoko Iwama, Professor of International Relations at the University of Tokyo, and behind me on Zoom, Soeya Yoshihide, Professor Emeritus at Keio University, and Evelyn Goh, Shedden Professor of Strategic Studies here at the Australian National University. Welcome to all of our panellists. I've asked each of our panellists to provide about 5 minutes or so of remarks on issues that are central to their own research agendas or concerns in recent months and years. We'll then turn to a wider discussion and questions, including questions from you, the audience. So please get your questions ready, and I will open up Q&A towards about the midway point of the panel. I'm going to start here in the facing Japan, its order-building role, and some of the recent developments in the region.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you for coming to this lecture hall, and also thank you for participating from Zoom. This is my first trip after the pandemic, so I'm very excited to come back to Australia. And I spent my postdoctoral fellowship here in ANU, so this is very, very fortunate. Australia is my first destination after the pandemic, so I'm very grateful to come back here. So I have contributed to this East Asia Forum Quarterly. So on the page 12, you can find my essay. So I think I can give you 5 minutes to read my essay, so I don't need to speak out. It's actually here, editor put this essay, great subtitle, Liberalism Under Threat. I think this is very good summary for my essay and for kind of vision Japanese government or Japanese have now. I mean, we really want to see liberalism standing, and surviving in this turbulent world, but it is now under big threat. And what is our perception and what is the role of Japan? This is what I want to say in coming 5 minutes. So, U.S.-China rivalry has been biggest challenge for Japan. Japanese security policy and also Japanese economy. As you know, like Australia, we really has depended on Chinese market. And the growth of China is really important for Japanese company and for Japanese economies. Even beyond economics, we have many Chinese people residing in Japan. So to keep the years between Japan and China, since 1972, we have kept the very important diplomacy with China, but which I can summarize as stability-seeking diplomacy. Even though we have admitted China has many problems, but China can be different tomorrow. And in addition, it is very important to have stable relationship with China for Japan's own interests, but also for regional interests. Even before Trump administration, it has become so serious from 2015. But it was Japanese government and Japan itself who tried to persuade United States to be more tougher on China after our island disputes. I mean, according to Japanese government, this is not dispute, but anyway. But we have some issue over Senkaku Island between China and Japan. So we are really tough on China, like since 2010. But when United States became so serious, also deepness of US approach to China, because that might be very tough for Japan to take. That is, economic impact, like decoupling, is too tough for Japan to take. And also to destabilize the relationship with China. I think our foreign policy start to adjust ourselves to the new situation. We have to admit, China, the diplomacy with China is tough. We have to adjust to some extent our economies and the reality of our technology or export of our technology to China, to the new reality. So I think it was a kind of learning process, 5 years. So U.S.-China relations is really tough, and I think many friends and colleagues in Australia have the same concerns and the same dilemma, to face with China challenge. But what we have learned in Tokyo, in Japan, is we have to adjust ourselves to the new reality, because this rivalry between U.S. and China cannot be stoppable. Of course, we have to seek the better way to manage this competition. But first of all, we have to adjust ourselves, our mindset, to the new reality, new regional reality. And we have to admit China, the future of China, or China tomorrow, might not be what we have imagined 40 years ago. So this is the first thing I wanted to say now, but I have spent 5 minutes already, so this is very, very tough. But the second thing, this is the final thing I want to emphasize is we really have to, Japan, United States is not so helpful, right? I believe all of you know very well about IPEF, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which is meaningless framework ever, right? But that is a reality, what United States and Biden administration can do now, right? They have big obstacle in domestic politics. They cannot come back to TPP. They can do in the regionalism or regional order building process has some limitation, natural limitation. But look at what happened last few years, like AUKUS, Quad. AUKUS, Quad, fine, that is fine. Or TTC. TTC is a framework between United States and EU to talk about like export control or economic security issue. That is fine. But all mechanisms are US alliance-based mechanism. But that US-based alliance mechanism has natural tendency to have kind of exclusiveness itself, right? So what we really need, is Australia and Japan really need to do is how can we get back real inclusive mechanism, right? So CPTPP is, of course, a very good step. And also, we can promote quality infrastructure. It's very important. But that is very important, to admit. United States is just one player, one of them, one player in building the new regional institutions. We have to admit that. If not, we cannot make our profits in this region, in this rising region. So maybe what Japan has to do is ASEAN and also Korea. And even with China, we really need to make a more robust cooperation, robust talk over economy, over rule-making things. But also with Australia, we have to cooperate more over Pacific Islands, or with New Zealand, or with India, and with other countries, and even with Global South. So I think, this is what I wanted to say as my second item. And I stop here, so thank you very much.
Thank you. There is a lot that's quite remarkable in what you've said just now. Before I remark on that, though, I think it provides a very nice segue into Evelyn Go's, what I expect will be Evelyn's comments, given the nature of her interest in Japan and its order-building role. So Evelyn, I might turn to you now, if you could perhaps give us a few of your thoughts.
And a pleasure to be on this panel with Sashi-san, Iwama-sensei, and Soya-sensei. Thank you very much for the time. It's hard, isn't it, to know what to focus on in 5 minutes worth of remarks. So let me plunge in, but perhaps as a segue to echo Amy in appreciating the very stark picture that Sashi-san's painted for us of that Japanese vision of a regional order which is fundamentally inclusive, which fundamentally, yes, does center itself about the other players, structures, institutions, and normative frameworks that need to underpin any regional order, and certainly should be at the forefront of our minds as we think about the transition into a new order today. So I hope that the 3 points I've got to make very quickly in the 5 minutes that I've got may help us to think through some of that. I thought that perhaps what I can best contribute to this panel is 3 points which come at it from Japan, come at Japan's security choices from a broader strategic point of view. So my first point is a reminder really about Japan as such a pivotal player in the contemporary East Asian order, right? What do I mean by Japan as a pivotal player? I'm really alluding to the centrality of the Japan-China relationship, as well as the centrality of the Japan-US alliance for the nature of the regional order that we find ourselves in. Of course, it's common to think about distribution of power, but I'm not alluding to distribution of power. I actually mean the nature of the regional order that we've got, and that is necessary. That if Japan chooses a different alignment between China and the United States than what it's had today, right? That choice will cause the regional order to tip into a different place, right? So that's a very quick idea of that reminder of Japan as the pivotal player in the contemporary order. Now, being a pivotal player means that when we think about Japan's security choices, we need to think about them not only in the context of Japanese politics or Japan's strategy, but we think about the system effects of Japan's security choices. The key choices that Japan makes about Japan's most important role in the regional order to date, right? And that role is as the US hegemonic supporter, right? By its subordination to the US in the post-Cold War, continued subordination to the United States in the post-Cold War period, by its reiterated choices to be constrained both by its constitution and by the alliance with the United States, Japan has essentially propped up US hegemony in East Asia for nearly 80 years. Just consider what the regional order would be to have formed a closer relationship, something much more akin, to a more balanced sort of alignment with each other, right? We would be facing today a radically different kind of regional order. We can think about system effects of Japan's security choices in also more narrow issue area issue areas. So we think about Taiwan contingencies, for example, which is something very much, of course, on many minds today. You know, any sort of gaming of a Taiwan contingency very often begins with a cozy assumption that Japan will necessarily support US offensive operations in the Taiwan Straits. Without Japan's role in that support, other allies and effects of Japan's security choices can be thought about there. I'll say a bit about the economic thing in my third dimension in my third point. Let me move quickly to my second point. Again, second point on the table. Also a reminder that as we face the uncertainties today and moving ahead, there are two black elephants, which, you know, I'm constantly reminding people that we need to keep in our minds when considering Japan's strategic choices. What now, black elephants, as those of you who are familiar with horizon scanning or SAFE. First is the external black elephant, and that's US reliability. This variable is increasingly salient due to systemic instabilities within the US political system, right? These are systemic instabilities in the US domestic political system. It's not just a case of one capricious president, right? And a reminder, of course, that all bets are off for Japan and for the region if the US cannot be counted upon to maintain order from the apex of that regional hegemonic order that we've taken for granted in terms of the multiple ways in which Japan needs to work in order to prop up a more inclusive regional order today. The internal black elephant, the second one, is the prospects of significant domestic level changes in Japan that would significantly shift the parameters of Japan as a strategic actor. One of these obvious ones is the prospects of constitutional amendment, which is an issue which has been debated. Assassination. Now, many domestic constraints remain, of course, despite the supermajority of the LDP and the coalition partners. But the bottom line here is we don't tend to pay enough attention to how the Japanese polity changes. We prefer still to black box Japanese domestic politics so that we can take for granted certain comfortable assumptions we want to make about Japan and Japan's security choices that the US and its allies can count upon when thinking about strategic scenarios in this region. And my reminder here is that the time for that kind of comfortable assumption is past for both these black elephant reasons. Now, very quickly to my third point, because I'm out of time now. My third point for the discussion is about the enhanced economic security nexus, right? That really comes to the fore when we look at Japan's security choices over the last 12 to 18 months. Once again, of course, Japan is the vanguard, right, of that very conscious practice of thinking about security in a comprehensive way that doesn't necessarily split military security from economic security. The two things are thought about together traditionally within the Japanese imagination, and quite rightly. The present company on this panel has always emphasized those tight interconnections too, and you've just heard Sashi over the past 12 to 18 months. It really shows Japan continuing to lead, right, in bringing the economic elements of security to the forefront, where other regional states should really follow, right? But there is a new element too over the last year or so. These practices at the nexus of economics and security are currently finding significantly more resonance, both with the region and importantly with the United States than before. So the strategic environment is causing other actors in the region to catch up with Japan in thinking about the tight interconnections between economics and security. And we can highlight some of these issues, some of these examples in thinking about the launching, for example, the relaunching of an economic security agenda, really at the forefront of a number of Japan's foreign entities that we saw in July, and really spreading across cooperation on critical technologies, supply chain resilience, export controls, other areas which are so central now to the economic competition with China, but also in responses to systemic challenges like the pandemic. And into that basket, I just add two other things, the new Japanese Economic Security Promotion Act and the appointment of a new economic security minister as well. Again, very traditional sort of ways within the Japanese political system to signal the elevation of certain policy agendas. Okay, on that note, I'm just going to stop so that we can take this discussion forward a bit more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. And again, I think some really important points that connect us with both what Satoshi-san was saying, but also I think allow us to pivot neatly now to Soya Sensei, again via our Zoom connection. Professor Soya, of course, one of the key the systemic effects of its security choices was, of course, former Prime Minister Abe Shinzo. You've written and thought a lot about his legacy for Japan's foreign and security policy choices for this current government, and I wonder if you perhaps might like to speak about that and what the current Kishida government is grappling with in the wake of Prime Minister Abe's death.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. Can you hear me all right? Okay. Well, I'd like to thank the ANU Japan Update project team for inviting me. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it to Canberra, but thanks to technology, I'm speaking from my humble residence in Aichi, Japan, and it's still very warm outside. Well, yeah, as Amy suggested, my topics will be mostly on where and how the current Kishida government stands against the backdrops of course, the legacy of former Prime Minister Abe. And domestically, I think the biggest legacy left by Mr. Abe is a division or divided politics and society in Japan. And in this division, the so-called the atmosphere of conservative, politics and arguments seems to be a little dominant. And having said that, Prime Minister Kishida himself, has proclaimed from time to time that as the leader of the dovish faction of LDP Kochikai, his disposition in foreign policy is essentially liberal. So here there is some tension. So Kishida, between his personal disposition and the domestic political environment in which he has to, navigate. And in fact, the path he has to navigate is very narrow. And I think that's how some of the, issues coming from the current government may look somewhat complex, to say the least, and contradictory from time to time. And one concrete example would be the somewhat central issue which is now being debated in Japan, that is the increase of the defense budget to 2% of GNP. And in the process of formulating the basic policy on economic and fiscal management 2022, which was adopted by the cabinet in June this year, Prime Minister Abe, he was alive still at the time, gave pressure to Kishida to sort of include this commitment to 2% of GNP in the document. But Kishida resisted. The government will fundamentally reinforce Japan's defense capabilities within 5 years. And this time frame of 5 years is a compromise of a sort by Kishida for his rejection of 2%, and the so-called numerical target. And so one thing is that Kishida's sort of heart is not really in this sort of traditional build-up of defense, if I may, but of course, he knows the circumstances and he knows that he has to do something, in terms of building up Japan's defense. So somewhat not very clear picture here, but I think that how Kishida is engaging himself in sort of very difficult process of dealing with security and defense needs under, of course, the very strict budget constraints. And having said that, foreign policy, or for that matter, a national strategy is bound to be a comprehensive one. I mean, talking about one dimension of this and saying that this is Japan's strategy is not entirely correct. And in this comprehensive strategy, of course, military deterrence, mostly against China, is very important. And US-Japan alliance, I think there is no other sort of foundation upon which to, rely for Japan to have sort of comprehensive military strategy under the current circumstances, not to mention a possible Taiwan contingency. And so Japan's self-efforts in the domain of defense and security also needs to be justified and rationalized under the overall context of the alliance with the United States, and somewhat less conventional sort of forms of security cooperation with other so-called like-minded countries in the Indo-Pacific as well as in Europe. And I think this is, of course, an important area. But having said that, I think Kishida is more inclined to emphasize, prioritize multilateral diplomatic efforts in both globally and regionally. And globally, of course, his position is to work with the G7 in the aftermath of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And under this sort of G7 framework and working with also NATO countries, one critical development which happened this year was the participation of the so-called Asia-Pacific Four. I mean, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand and South Korea. And Asia-Pacific Four attended the session, partner session of the NATO summit. And one very important development to me was the fact that Kishida volunteered to host a meeting among these four leaders prior to moving to the partner session of NATO. And so this sort of formula, I mean, I have the temptation to say this is a middle power corporation, but anyway, this AP4 sort of framework is a very important new development, and this could be an indirect way of working with, South Korea on the part of Japan, under the new sort of multilateral imperatives, and regionally, of course, Indo-Pacific diplomacy is a very important concept, but here. I mean, Indo-Pacific diplomacy has now turned into a multilateral, gathering or attempt, not necessarily to exclude China or to let alone contain China, but to create sort of regional infrastructure on the basis of our own initiatives, regional countries who are in a way sandwiched between US and China. I mean, this has been terribly lacking in the past history of regionalism in our region. I mean, regional countries talking together, joining efforts together, working together to create a regional infrastructure of a sort, out of our own initiatives. And so, this kind of formula without the US and China would be very important. I think that's AP4 in a way. And if China is in, it's going to be a game of a certain kind. If US is in, of course, it's going to be a different game. So to conceptualize some sort of regional endeavors and efforts by our own kind of regional countries, I think is what has been terribly lacking. And if we conceptualize this properly, and if government jumps at it, I'm afraid there isn't much hope. But anyway, for this kind of discussion, I mean, talking about the possibility, potentials of those frameworks, I think would be very important. And Japan is a member of so many regional institutions and the frameworks of cooperation. maybe almost all. So Japan is in a position to, sort of think of harmonizing, these different types of, multilateral sort of regimes in the region, just without attending each one on the basis of each merits, but to begin to think of, sort of harmonizing all of these into certain, direction of sort of region formation. This is just a hypothetical and a very premature thinking, but I mean, the debates, I think, are equally important to the debate about, national security, national defense, where Japanese attention is almost single-handedly sort of, given. And so our arguments about national strategy should be more balanced, in my view. So I'll stop here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Soe-sensei. Before I do that, however, I'd like to very much now draw back to our speakers here in Canberra, and particularly to Professor current choices that Japan is currently confronting, because it does go to the heart of some of these questions around the alliance and Japan.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you, organizers, for bringing me here. It's really nice to be back in Canberra, and as a high school girl finishing the HSC in New South Wales, I was sitting in this car. I had just got my driver's license, and I heard on the radio the death of Prime Minister Ohira, so now you know how old I am. So we've talked a lot about comprehensive security, but I think I'll focus in the next 5 minutes on the hard security.
Your homework.
But this is kind of a sequel to the piece I wrote in Global Asia from East Asia Foundation. Nuclear weapons, nuclear deterrence, and nuclear power are really two sides of the same coin. And so I've written about nuclear power in this piece, and the piece on to the start of the Ukraine war, 24th of February this year. And the really surprising thing about the reaction in Japan was a very emotional and quick reaction, and very thorough identification with the West, which was quite different from what happened in 2014 after the Crimean crisis. At the time, we had Prime Minister Abe. It was a peace treaty with Russia ending the Second World War, and maybe a new constitution or constitutional change after that. So that was a real change of tone from Abe legacy. Differentiated himself from Abe legacy. He was very popular, and when he was kind of getting back into the shadow, he got less popular. So it's a really interesting thing to think about Japanese opinion being affected by the Ukrainian war. I mean, it was going on for several years, and we were kind of half expecting the national security strategy debate to begin. The mood in Japan has really changed just by seeing all the bombings that's happening in Kiev and all the other places, and how it can really, and that's also something new, that we are really sort of committed to what's going on in Europe, which felt like a very. The other thing is that people were worried. They had fear that maybe this is what's going to happen here in Japan, in Asia, next. We don't know when, but next. So that started a new kind of a round of debate about defense and deterrence. And so here came in the late Shinzo Abe, for the last 10 years. This was NATO nuclear sharing because my specialty was German security. So this arrangement came about. And so part of the Conservative Party jumped to the idea. It was Ken Jimbo and me who went to the LDP headquarters to explain what this was all about and where our priority. Haven't quite reached there yet, but I think, as Sahashi-san said, we are going to increase our defense budget in the near future. And the other thing is that the longest range capabilities, the longer range strike capabilities, it has several names like enemy. Some of you may and may not be familiar with these jargons. China has about 1,000 middle and long range missiles that can rain on Japanese islands. That's a fact. of the so-called INF treaty that was valid until very recently, and they very dutifully kept to that treaty. This was a treaty between Soviet Union and America. China had no place in it, so China was not bound by this treaty, and so in the last 20 years they have diligently built up these strike capabilities. Most of them are said to be dual capable, meaning they can carry conventional as well as nuclear warheads. We don't really know when they are going to put nuclear warheads on these. So the question has been recently, what do we do about it? And what do the Americans do about it? The answer is not fully out yet, especially about how much nuclear proportion do we want to balance these Chinese capabilities. And we don't know what Russian capabilities would, what role this would play in the debate, but for us, it's really about the Chinese capabilities. Debate can go to different directions. It's not about us trying to invade China or anything like that. When we develop the capabilities that can reach 500 and 1,000 meters, there are talks about Japan eventually acquiring up to 1,000 middle-range capabilities, missiles, that will be land-based probably, because that's easiest to develop, which would have the range of something between 500 and 1,000. We don't know how many of which ones we will get. We don't have them yet into this area. There has also been talks about bringing in American land-based ones, but I don't really believe that will happen. If they're going to believe in bringing middle-range strike capabilities, it will probably be sea-based, as far as I know. So this has been about how do we rebalance and reconstitute. We never really talked about what it concretely was. We just believed in it. So now we are really seeing the real possibility of wars. We want to deter the war, right? We don't want it to become real wars. What we want is deterrence. And for that to happen, we need to, what happens if you're not capable of defending yourself, right? And they had to get all the strike capabilities from, most of them, from America. And we don't want to be in that situation. And that is really the center of the national security strategy this year. So how that is going to play out in detail still needs to be discussed, and I'm sure to get everything in time before the end of the year, which is supposed to be the deadline. I don't know how much we will see by the end of December, but I think there is a consensus emerging slowly. I mean, if you read the government report, it puts both sides, pros and cons. But I think there's a slow consensus emerging that we do need longer range strike capabilities. And, but that's really step one. And just having the missiles, and there will be probably cruise missiles, have the command capabilities and so on. So that brings in how do we coordinate with the US and other partners and allies. So I will stop here shortly. But what I've been saying is that all this debate about nuclear sharing, it shows that we haven't really talked about these things between the allies. So we need better communication, we need better strategic planning, we need to understand what do we have in each other's pocket and put them on the table. So that needs to happen between US and Japan. It also probably needs to happen, which I really welcomed was the late NATO Madrid summit, where Asia-Pacific 4, together with NATO partners, were sitting there. I hope this will be institutionalized and regular. It makes it easier for us to talk to the South Koreans and South Koreans to us. We have communication problems, we know that. And we have to learn to better communicate with each other. The state, this is only part of the solution. We are kind of shrinking proportion of the world, and so we need to better extend into the other parts of the world, including larger parts of Asia and Africa. But I will leave that to later debate.
Thank you so much. Really important remarks there on the hard security side of things, as you say, and also what that means for not only the alliance, but these potentially new mechanisms, sort of the alliance plus, if you like. To our audience members, you get those ready. Before we do, though, and to give you a moment to get those questions ready, I'd like to just turn briefly back to Sahashi-san. Because I think a lot of what you set out at the beginning has been picked up in different ways by our different panelists, and I'd just be interested in some immediate reflections. You made that remarkable point at the beginning that Japan has recognised that the US is not so helpful in the regional order building mechanisms, and that they are increasingly exclusive, Japan's security choices, for the region, not only for Japan but for the wider region, and that Japan is a member of just about every regional order building framework that there is. Professor Iwama has spoken about the way in which Japan is perhaps doubling down is too strong a word on the alliance side of things, but certainly working to enhance the alliance remain a bit of a vain hope for you. Do you see Japan as having capacity to actually, put some life into the inclusive order building arrangements and work with new partners, for example, in doing that?
Yeah, I think Japan's government have to work more, and they have to reduce their sleeping time, But I think they still, we can expect Japan's diplomacy might work for more inclusive vision. Because, look at TPP, Japan was a secretariat role, play a secretariat role to make it, transform it into CPTPP, to survive them after Trump withdrawal from TPP. And RCEP is a framework with ASEAN and other 6 countries, to have a region-wide mechanism, even though that is more low profile than TPP. But, Japan also played a really important role in RCEP. And even in other a digital trade area, Japan promoted the idea of DFT, digital free flow of data with trust. This is also a very important concept Japanese government started to promote from about 5 years ago. So I think Japan still have a really big potential possibility to promote multilateralism. And also, I really agree with the point Iwama-san raised about the traditional security. But Japan also could play more role for even economic security. Right? Japanese government will revise their ODA charter, dedicated budget for Japan's ODA. So I think that could be also another very important. Yeah, it is not full set of inclusive mechanism, because they may want to hedge against China in supply chain management. But still, that could include more ASEAN nations and other, important players into the framework of economic security. So I think, Japanese government and Japan diplomacy still has a potential, possibility or capability to stretch out for inclusive mechanism, maybe better than United States. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, to our audience, it's now your turn, so I'd like to hear from you. Yes, up the back, Professor Tao. I believe a microphone is coming.
Bill, can you hear me?
Yes.
Bill Tao, Emeritus Professor at the Department of International Relations. I wanted to accumulating presentations across the board. 2 quick inquiries. One to Evelyn. Meticulous and elegant analysis is always Evelyn. But I'm wondering if perhaps one might look at the U.S. situation, particularly the domestic situation related to the systemic factors which were the Americans, and this has historically been the case. And the one area of bipartisanship in the United States right now is China. There really is very little difference between the Democrats and the Republicans over China, and this has been reflected in official U.S. doctrinal statements. Where I think your analysis is particularly poignant is whether that can spill over into a more coherent. Last speaker on extended deterrence couldn't agree with you more that there hasn't been enough systemic thinking about it. But I'm wondering if in your work you might take into account some of the technology developments that could change the face of extended deterrence calculations in the first place. And on an unclassified basis, you can look at the work of Brad Roberts and others who are essentially arguing that not just the notion of warfare, how does that factor into Japanese decision-making in terms of which technologies are going to invest in most over the next 10 or 20 years? Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Evelyn, I'm not sure if you heard that question, did you? Yes, you did. Okay, we might come to
that. That I think is a reasonable way to look at it. I wouldn't disagree with you. I suppose the salient point for me is that from many different points of view in the region, and I believe this includes all except a small fraction of opinion in Tokyo, that precisely that domestic consensus within the US about China being the new paramount threat is not helpful to regional stability or the urgent task of negotiating a new sort of order in the region, which, after all, is, unlike the United States, compelled to continue living with China. So it is precisely that domestic consensus about a China threat that is putting distance, strategic distance.
Thank you, Evelyn. Iwama-sensei.
Yes, just to comment to that, I mean, Soya-sensei and I were very, very reluctant to admit the China threat. Seen from us, it was like China drifted away from a very good relationship that we had in the 80s and 90s. I mean, I spent a summer in 1982 in Shanghai, and in those days it was a high day of Japan-China friendship, and it was really nice staying there. And nowadays, you really think twice and thrice before going to China at all. But back to Bill's question, and thank you. I was at Hedley Bull Institute in 2011, and thank you for all your hospitality. Extended deterrence, yes. Ukraine war, it's almost gone back to the First World War, right? Well, it's happening at the same time. On the ground, you see First World War in the trenches, and up in the air, you see all these satellite images and SNS and information. But how much in which needs to be still, we have to debate about it. There were impressions before, I think, the Ukraine war that now we're moving to this digital age. We don't really need these hard the bombing craters and so on. But I think Ukraine has shown that war in its very basic form still exists, and that we need to take care of that. The other thing about deterrence is that it is these were always about balance and numbers. That were in your perception. You couldn't really feel these things. You never fought. You never threw the bombs against each other. This is really very much about perceptions and numbers and a balance on the paper. And it still remains very much so. So we need to take that into account. How much, but we also need to learn to think, but then how to balance in the end needs to be decided in our heart. That is, deterrence is about how do you feel about the threat. That's the most difficult thing about it. You can't, sports you can fight out. Wars you cannot fight out. It's on the paper and it's in your head. So how the narrative develops would very much decide.
Around the room, but I believe you have some questions perhaps from the live feed even.
I do.
We've got a mic coming down.
Yes, so we have some questions from online questions. First one, how do you see Pelosi's visit to Taiwan and its effects on Japan's position following Japan's multi-billion-dollar aid package to Africa? There's been discourse throughout the West that this represents an effort to counter China's influence. Is this too simplistic? And a third question, how does energy security fit into Japan's current economic security agenda? Thanks.
Right, a good mix of questions there. So what I might do is perhaps, Hashi-san, there's Taiwan, you'd like to speak to that, and perhaps then I might come to Iwama Sensei. Would you perhaps counter on the energy security question, or maybe you'd like to... There was one also about the aid package to Africa.
Yeah.
Would you like to try that one? Okay, and Soya Sensei, I might come to you then on the energy security question, perhaps.
Speaker Pelosi visit to Taiwan was broadcasted. I appeared on many TV and the newspaper to say clearly oppose against that visit. So, and some of interview, actually without any paywall, had a very interesting subtitle and headline. And so I was attacked by many, net people, netizen, because I'm too soft on, China and, I must visit to Taiwan. That is unnecessary, right? Because, I mean, like as some of colleagues in this panel already mentioned, we have worked with United States and other countries to hedge against Taiwan contingency. Last few years, we have endeavored a lot, but we still need more time, need more resource, right? We are developing the situation towards a better, direction. So everything is still in the process. But why now? We need that factor, that surprising factor, Nancy Pelosi's visit, and destabilize the region. And also, China got the excuse to increase the level of training along the Taiwan Strait. And now, medium line between in the Taiwan Strait is almost ineffective. So I think that visit, we expected even before the visit, it could give the excuse for China side to do everything. And that doesn't. But of course, it happened already. So what we have to do now is to do what we have originally planned, with United States, with Australia, and with any other, countries to prevent and deter, and also, prepare for the worst case scenario of a Taiwan Strait crisis. So we never changed. But from that perspective, it was unnecessary.
Thank you. Iwama Sensei, on the question on countering China in Africa, is that oversimplistic as a narrative?
I think so. I've been answering such questions for a decade, I think, already. It's been in the air. There's a rivalry of a sort, but as I said, for hard security, we don't necessarily need to match every bomb for a bomb, and we don't really necessarily match every dollar for a dollar or yuan for yen, whatever. I think our strategy now is to do it, put more emphasis in equality. So emphasizing rule of law and capacity building, and not necessarily building roads and highways. We also need to do that as well, but more emphasizing local efforts and growing their own capacity rather than giving them money and ready-made things. So I think, and then it's not really about competition with China. I think it's really more about the quality of life there in Africa and how to make it better, because this will definitely be the fastest growing region in the world in the very near future, and it is for our own interest that they have a better quality of life. Yeah?
Thank you. Professor Soya, I'm not sure if you can see me currently. We can't see you. The wonders of technology are via the laptop, but I'm turning around with the hope that you might see me. Shira, I might ask if you could just repeat that question about the energy security, if you've got it in front of you.
Is energy security part of economic security, I think was the essence of the question.
Thank you.
So to me, right, I was expecting this question to me, but anyway, energy security is becoming an important element in economic security, I'm sure. Yeah, no question about it. But traditionally, I mean, there are 2.5 components of, the energy strategy, just generally speaking. That is the diversification of energy resources, and diversification of suppliers, and also multinational efforts to control energy prices. And I think the three still continue to be very important. But of course, under the current, Ukraine sort of situation, and there is no easy way out. And maybe a sort of temptation is to go back to nuclear power. And the Kishida, Prime Minister Kishida expressed, some of his thinking about this, and I don't know how it's going to unfold in domestic politics in Japan, but that's one thing which is now happening. And the other international dimension which appears to become important in the years ahead is the role of the so-called the global South. I mean, a group of developing countries, and in this, international effort to jointly cope with, Russian invasion of Ukraine, there are many countries, as is being discussed often. There are many countries who do not take sides, right, between sort of advanced democracies represented by G7 on the one hand, and Russia on the other. And so these countries, which are often these days, are called as sort of global South, many of them are resource-rich countries. And so diplomacy with them under the current post-Ukraine or ongoing Ukraine situations, I think is going to have some implications, not only for this management of, so-called free and open liberal international system, but in dealing with the hard realities regarding kind of energy, necessities. And I don't know if our government is beginning to think in those terms, but in joining G20 and other, fora where these developing countries have a critical role, I think is going to be important from this point of view in coming years. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A question here.
Hello, my name is Akiko Tsunami. I'm the one who was asked to cut sleep, I guess. I'm from the Ministry of the Government of Japan. I mean, I work for the embassy, so I think I was the one who was asked to work more and to cut sleep. But anyway, so that's not meant as a retaliation, but this is actually a comment question to Sahashi Sensei. There's two things. One is about narrative, one is about overall direction of architecture, approach to architecture. So on the narrative side, I think you mentioned everything, all the difficulties started with U.S.-China rivalry, U.S.-China rivalry. Of course, in other narratives that we're very familiar with, I think anywhere in the world, but also in Australia, is that, well, actually, it's not, for example, Prime Minister Albanese often says, it's not Australia that's changed, it's China that's changed. Or some people say it's China that began to reveal its intentions. And then that kind of happened, maybe, became clearer, say, about 10 years ago. So rather than presenting that actually the difficulties about two, Godzilla versus, King Kong, two enormous creatures fighting, it may be appropriate to think about it as actually it's the change of China, or revealing of the China, as Iwama Sensei said, recording actually the time when it was very possible to have kind of cooperative, much easier to have a cooperative approach with China. There was a time when the U.S., Robert Zelig was talking about responsible stakeholder. Those days were like 20 years ago, something like that. But then what changed? Is it rivalry between the China-US rivalry, or is it something changed with China, something's revealed? So that's my first question. The second question is actually related to that, but it's, I think you mentioned, the best way is to have like a talk, US out, China in. Are we really sure about that? So that's my question. Especially when we're thinking about what have been doing, for example, Australia and Japan. Australia has been, it's still, for example, fighting, struggling against the economic coercion from China. It's in the WTO. Industries are still really suffering from that. Japan had this original version of that back in 2010 when rare earth supply was cut. And then we brought that case to WTO, and then it was ruled illegal. So in a way, so we have been trying to, Australia, Japan, and other countries have been trying to fight the trend of maybe a possible alternative world where weaponization of economic cloud is okay. We don't want that. We want to say that economic weaponization of economic cloud is not okay. South China Sea, the 9 dash lines, etc. And then what we're trying to do was that, if a tribunal says something, you should obey. You should abide by the judging of the tribunal, international tribunal. We don't want a world when a power says, some of my ancestors saw that island back in history. It's in literature. Thereby, that's my land. We don't want that kind of rule to be the ruling world. So we've been trying to do that. So in a way, what I was doing is we have been trying to defend the rules-based order as we have known it, and then trying to push against the status quo challenge. And then when we're thinking about that, and then when we're thinking about the economic coercion of the 9 dash lines or what's happening around Senkaku Island, are we really sure about when we're talking about like architecture? Are we really sure about China in, US out as a primary one? There is a form like that. RCEP is like that. It's really about expanding rules and standards to countries like including Laos. There's a G7 countries like Japan, G20 countries like Australia, and China, and then landlocked countries with very low income like
I might just interrupt you just so we have time to answer
the
question.
Sorry.
Thank you. So two questions about capturing the region.
So first about, are we sure about US-China rivalry? Secondly, about, are we sure about, it's related, architecture without US in China, are we really sure about that?
Thank you. So actually, I think probably the questions were mostly directed at you, so perhaps would you like to respond?
Yeah. And also maybe, Iberin, also maybe you want to respond. We can share some responsibility. But anyway, thank you very much for that, for these comments and questions. And actually, your first point was really interesting. Yeah, I think everyone here really knows the problem of China, right? And we have realized China has not taken the path we imagined originally. And it happened last 10 years, right? So, but the real challenge for us to see international relations is, even though China has changed last 10 years, or maybe over 20 years, right? But the United States kept its engagement policy until around at least 2015, but maybe Trump administration really destroyed the engagement policy. So analytically, I think for me, more important thing is the change of the relationship itself. And this change of relationship is not only caused by change of Chinese domestic politics, but also from the US change of engagement policy toward more competitive stance. So this is very analytical position. So I never have intention to be with Chinese stance on liberalism or any other things. So, but analytically, this is very important. So thank you very much for making that point. And the second thing is, I think I ideally agree with you. I mean, it is very difficult. Without US and with China, can we really make a new rules? RCEP is not something, something what we really can see. I mean, RCEP can go more, but RCEP is really insufficient in terms of rule making. So I think to aim to better, more inclusive or more high level rule making, we really need some new idea. But if we have China, and we may have some natural limitation, but even with the United States, the situation might not be changed. This is a problem we have now. So what we really have to do is, I think, to make some other core group, not China, not United States, but some really important core group who really love rule setting, rule making, and to promote more liberalism in new discussion over trade, digital trade, and other things. So,
Evelyn, was there anything you wanted to remark on following that comment and question?
Maybe just a very short response to the first question of what has changed, because I think that's actually the most important question, and that our answer to that question will, determine the rest of the analysis. And I think that any simple answer that places, the onus of expectation and change on a single party in the current changing landscape will be inadequate. It's very obvious that China has changed. But it's also equally obvious that on the outset of, say, 1979 to 1989, we expected China to change, right? Fundamentally, we expected all along that China would get more powerful. So at least equal weight needs to be put on how much others have failed to change, right? And in this regard, of course, I've always said this, the United States has failed to imagine itself into a world that isn't determined by US hegemony. And that failure alone is the important thing that didn't change, that equally explains why we're in this situation today. Right. So I'd encourage thinking about what changed, but also what failed to change, and how together those two dynamics have created what we've all got to deal with today, not the least Japan, which is in an incredibly difficult position in that sort of disjuncture, if you like. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Evelyn. I'm going to take now a handful of questions so that we have time to gather as many as possible before the end. So I'll do what I can, and then we'll give our panelists a couple of minutes each to finalise. So let's start logistically. Start at the back, and we'll work our way through, okay?
Thank you so much. I'm new here in ANU as an exchange student, and I'm studying a lot about Australian security conception or perception in the region. So for the good relationship, for good alliance between between Australia and Japan, what will be the, is there any possible barrier, or is there any possible difference between the perception for the region? Yes, because for US-Japan alliance, we have good alliance, but still we have the different goal or different perception. So on US and South Korea, we have the difference in our goal or in our perception. So what will be in the case of Australia and Japan international relationships? So it is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll come down. We might take a question from the middle section here. Just over here, if that's possible, please.
At the Research School of Economics. So I want to ask a very controversial question, but I want to start off with that the Chinese growth has had positive impact, obviously, on the global economy. But that was accompanied by military expansion and hence aggression of Chinese, especially around the Southeast China Sea, Southeast China Sea, I think. So the question then is, was it a mistake for the US and the West to let China grow and invest heavily in China? But the question then is also, like, should we continue to invest in these socialist and communist countries that are like China and that could potentially be next China for the West? If we don't, then Chinese are heavily investing in Africa, and we know some of these countries are communist or socialist at least. So was it correct, and what should the West do in the future?
Thank you. We'll come to a question here. Thank you. Didn't realise we had 2 mics.
Thanks. My name is Izzy. I'm a student here, but I also work for the Australian Department of Home Affairs. So my question is, Evelyn talked about Japan being at the economic security nexus. How can Japan be successful in influencing others with its domestic economic security laws, particularly countries in ASEAN and the Pacific, where they have different strategic views, conceptions of threats, and different contexts?
Thank you. Okay, one question here. I'm afraid we're not going to be able to take them all, but we'll take this one question here, and then Peter. Peter, you have the final word. I don't dare not let you ask questions.
Hi there. My name's Troy Crystal. I'm with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. I wanted to ask a question about India. And I just wanted to ask if India is, from a regional security perspective, might be a bit of an Achilles heel to our security groupings, noting that obviously they're in the Quad. But in terms of trade often promotes greater security, and India often seems quite resistant to liberalising their trading relationships, but they also straddle that fence between still trading with Russia, even though sanctions are happening, and having to balance that line, but also being part of the Quad, partaking in the current games with Russia at the moment. The Vostok Games. So just wondered whether or not you thought there was more that Japan or Australia can do through the Quad, or whether it might have to come through another avenue that might strengthen that kind of security.
Thank you. And Peter.
Thanks for an incredibly crisp and clear-headed discussion, which has clearly been premised on the acknowledgement that things have changed rather dramatically all sides round. So I think that's been the start. And this is, of course, Japan is in a very difficult and complicated strategic position and circumstance. And what's Japan's choice in this circumstance? I want to press the panel a bit on that. As I hear you, and this is why I want to press you, there have been 2 responses. Uema's response, which is to move more tightly into the slipstream as one framework, although it comprehends a fairly small part of Japan's external world, frankly. What other options, what other frameworks are there for thinking about? And that's the observation that casting this problem entirely in terms of Japan-China strategic competition, although that's central to it, is clearly only a part of the story. I mean, this is a third of the world, less than a third of the world now. The G7's just over a third of the world. The rest of the world, 70% of the world that has been alluded to as an important part of the conversation that has to be had strategically. So, how can Japan develop an alternative strategic response to the circumstances it faces, taking account of not only that part of the world with which it's closely aligned, but the world within which it's closely interdependent, including the world in East Asia beyond China, and the South and other parts of the world with which it's deeply engaged.
Thank you. There's been a lot put on the table here. I'm going to give each of our panellists about 1 minute, I'm afraid no more, to answer any of those questions that they might wish to. Obviously, we can't get to everything, but Iwama-sensei, I might start with you, and then we'll come to our Zoom Bay panellists and then finish in reverse order with Sahashi-sensei.
Big questions. Okay. I've been thinking about what we did in the past, and the Kissinger choice that we made. Was it a mistake? And I've been asking lots of people, do you think it was a mistake? Many Americans, and probably no. I think it was a right mistake. Well, you could have done it a little bit more nicely to the Taiwanese, I think. But all in all, I don't think it was a mistake that we invested in China's future and brought so many Chinese out of poverty. I think that was a right decision. We made several strategic choices, I think, and the first was 1972, but I think we should have thought a little bit more better after 1989, probably. After that, we were really into believing and making ourselves believe that China would be something like us, bigger and prosperous and happy. It has turned out differently. Well, what do we do in the future? Values and what we want and what sort of world we want to live in. And so I think most of the Japanese want to live in this liberal world with rule of law, right? And so that's what we're going to invest in. And how we do that, as Peter said, G7 is really a shrinking share of the world. So we need to reach out to the larger world, the global south, including larger parts of Asia and Africa. So today I stuck to the small core of the hard security, but obviously that's not enough. We need to engage with the other parts of the world using our economic, our development, and our energy, climate politics, and hopefully, and that brings us back to the question in Africa, because that will be the fastest growing population center of the world. And it is in our interest that that part is not just feeding itself, but is also growing in a way that values what we value, human rights. Right?
Thank you. Professor Sawyer, just a minute from you, if I may.
Yes, okay. Well, rather than responding to specific questions, let me say a few very general things. One is there was a mention of contradiction between Chinese economic contribution and kind of military power dimension, Chinese role. And I think, international politics is full of contradiction. I mean, it has dimension of power, it has dimension of interest, and it has dimension of value. And each one of these contradict each other in many cases, and obvious cases with China. And I think we have to take it. I mean, we have to face this contradiction rather than move away from one dimension to the other. And I think that's exactly why our approach should be comprehensive, as I said in my initial remark. And as to China, my sense is China is in a way an organizing principle, for everybody in the region. But nature of Chinese sort of expansion or whatever, aggressiveness or whatever, has to do with the return of something which is reminiscent of Sinocentrism, I would think. Somewhat imperialistic impulse is coming back. And we are dealing with such China. And in order to do this, I mean, regional countries have to get together, and join force. I think that is very, very obvious. And one concrete thing is to deter the outbreak of Taiwan contingency, and this, I do not mean this by deterring Chinese military aggression by US and others, but deterring the outbreak of the Taiwan contingency is more comprehensive. US has a role in it. And so we have to begin to think Chinese challenge from this very overall historic context. Otherwise, we'll be misguided by our own judgments and choices. And so, okay, I'll stop here. Yeah.
Evelyn Goh, can I come to you for a final last remark, please?
Yes, I agree with everything that Soya Sensei has just said. Would be a quick response. But perhaps just, is there a problem with the sound?
Hello?
I can still hear you. Can you hear us? Okay, Saako-san, we might come to you.
No, she's going back.
Evelyn, can you?
Yes? A word about the China choice and a word about Japan's choices. Can you hear me? Hear me, please say yes.
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, wonderful. I found the question about that assumed that there was choice about how the world bought into China's economic opening from the late 1970s to be intriguing. And it seems to elide entirely the capitalist paradox. We do recall, right, that the Chinese economy and China's development is what has entirely saved the world from the crises of Western capitalism. And we would not have ridden out the global financial crisis the way we rode out of it without China and the Chinese economy. So there was no choice, and there is no choice going forward. On Peter's question about Japan's choices, I think it's very straight. The framework to think about this is that Japan's now got to operate in a regional and an international order that is no longer that simple one that relied entirely upon a single pillar of the US alliance and US hegemony underpinning an entire order. And that challenge is the same for everybody else in the region. And if we borrow from a German analogy, I think what the realm of Japan's choices going forward is one in which Japan has to transform itself from a vegetarian into a meat eater, right? Remember the German foreign minister and his famous remarks about in a world of meat eaters, vegetarians have a really hard time. And I think Japan's challenge is quite similar to the German one. It will entail having to take on and to pay out for quite a lot more in the hard security realm. But it will also entail having to continue to do the range of comprehensive security types of approaches that Shiraze and others have talked about. So in other words, the walking and chewing gum challenge for Japan is going to be very acute in the years to come. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And Saako-san, the last word goes to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for many questions, comments from the floor. Just very briefly responding to this question. And first of all, one student asked about where there is any barriers between our two nations, Australia and Japan, to further expand our relationship. I think traditionally we have a problem. We have different understanding on strategy sometimes because I think we have different proximity to geostrategic spots like Taiwan Strait and Korean Peninsula. But I think now, we start to get closer in our strategic thinking, if I am not mistaken. That position is not like just a simple follower to US hegemony, right? We are more complicated. But even with that, I think we have much in common between Canberra and Tokyo. So I think now we are getting over that proximity problem. And the second question is about, should we invest more to non-democratic country, which could be next China? This is an excellent question. And actually, personally, I want to say no. I'm a very strong believer of liberalism. I want to say no. But strategically, different answer, we have to, right? This is the kind of dilemma we had during the Cold War, right? And one of the very good examples should be Vietnam, right? Should we keep our relationship with Vietnam or not? This will be more and more important problem for us. Personally, I want to say no. But as a strategic thinker, I have to say yes. So this is very difficult choice. And how about India? India is another very, in behavior, like to Moscow, or even to Beijing, is interesting. But I think we shouldn't imagine the future without approach to India. This is very important fact, because India has future in terms of technology and science, right? We shouldn't ignore that. And secondly, strategically, India is very important because India-China relationship has really big stumbling blocks. So we should use it for our own strategic sake. So I think, I want to advise to Japanese government and any other government, we have to keep our engagement to India. And also, could we really deepen our economic security cooperation with like ASEAN and Global South and others? I think we should do that, even though they may not do the same export control and investment control with like us. But we can give them opportunity, like supply chain management or high-tech cooperation. It could be their opportunity. So we can make some deal with them. And final strategic choice. Sorry, just one line to my respected Professor Peter Drysdale. So I think what we really have to make is not a choice now. I mean, apparent choice. Because if we say, oh, we cut off the relationship with China, it is really big burden on society. I mean, what we really need, we should be tougher to China, but we shouldn't take that choice radically. So this is the final thing I want to share.
Well, thank you so much. We've heard an enormous amount today about the change that Japan is currently negotiating in the region. Please join me in thanking our panelists for their excellent contributions. Thank you to our panelists in particular for braving the technological challenge, and to our tech support for heroically persevering. And I believe now I'm to hand over to the organisers for a final note of thanks.
Well, time flies. It's been a huge... Oh, okay. It's been a huge day, and it's hard to believe it's already over. We've been preparing for this for a long time. In the pre-COVID era, we used to have an in-person update, Japan Update every year, and it was an audience of roughly this size. And then when the pandemic first hit, our immediate sort of instinct was just cancel it because we're in lockdown. But we made the big, I guess, decision to switch online to Zoom at a time when we really weren't that familiar with Zoom. It was extremely challenging. And the benefit of doing that was we realized we can reach a much bigger audience, and we had a lot of people tune in. So we made the determination that we were going to try to keep that online audience and get back to the in-person audience and have a hybrid seminar. And we prepared for that last year, but of course we went into lockdown right before the Japan Update, and really disappointed to have to switch back to the online format. So it's wonderful to know that this year we've managed to pull off a hybrid seminar. It hasn't been easy, and it's required a phenomenal support team. I'd like to just note, we're probably not including everyone here, but Maddie McDonald, Jet Applin, Motoharu Kinoshita, Hamish Brooks, Emily Fursa, and really grateful to Tess Harwood, who's you probably all have heard from her. She's played a phenomenal role working round the clock, weekends. Her organisational efforts even had her picking flowers in the middle of the night, last night, in the cold, just so things would look pretty out there. She's amazing. It also requires a huge part on even the moderator's behalf. As you noticed, Amy was having to deal with panelists behind her, taking questions from the in-person audience, the online audience, and we've all had to really level up to make this happen. But we're extremely grateful to our presenters. They've done an amazing job. Many of them are the best in their field. And it was so heartening when they actually touched down. Well, not all of them could make it here, but many of them touched down in Canberra. And again, we've had to negotiate the border policies of both countries, and as well as all the usual airfare and logistical arrangements. So I think we'll never take for granted again that we can invite people from Japan and have them here as part of the conference. It's been fantastic.
And I'd now like to hand over to a co-organizer, one of the co-organizers, Professor Ippei Fujiwara, who we're also very grateful to.
Yeah, I think there's anything I can add, but let me do a little bit of concluding remarks. So this is the 10th event. So I started the first Japan update with Veronica Taylor 9 years ago. But as you can imagine, to start the first event is easy, because it's first to get the funding easy, and it's just excited. But it's really, what is difficulty to continue the event with high quality. And Shiro Armstrong here has been the engine of this event. I hope you agree to that.
Yes, I was waiting for you to thank Shiro.
Okay,
that was your
that's
job.
Right. Yeah, we have an agreement. That's good. So the success of this year's event and in the past is mainly thanks to Shiro's continuous effort. So please join me thanking Shiro for his continuous effort. And wish him the success of the update for the next 10 or 20 or 30 events. And last but not least, and thank you very much for the active participation. Yes. And great to have lots of participants here and fantastic discussion. We really happy to have such kind of event as of today. And so this is the last thing. See you next year. Thank you very much for coming.